Howdy, folks. Sorry we are late. Had some technical difficulties. Um, Basically, my internet decided, hey, I'm not going to work at all. I mean, we normally have crap internet here, but this time it was, fuck you. We're not going to happen. So sorry about that. But here we are. We're 12 minutes late. Sorry about that. But here we are. So, Hissy, thank you for joining.
Hey, boss. How's your day?
What's that?
How's your day?
Doing pretty good. All in all, doing good.
Nice.
So we got definitely got Gordon watching. This is hey everyone. Back. Hissy Cat answered. Gordon came back. Did Chris forget something? Hissy says, I think so. Hey Gordon, how you doing, buddy? So, but here we are. Tonight we're going to be building, and I'm sorry for the shine. I need to figure out. I got to figure out something to diffuse the light more or something, because direct light is garbage.
Yeah.
Especially on shiny optics. But tonight we're going to go ahead and build USS Grissom and the Klingon Bird of Prey from from PolarLites, which is a Snap It kit. So it says one plastic kit. It's two. They messed it up. And this is from Star Trek: The Search for Spock, Star Trek 3.
Okay.
The other two that we've seen so far were from Star Trek 2, The Wrath of Khan. And I have already done I've already did an unboxing of this. But we'll do a quick little unboxing while we're here. Bird of Prey is 2 sprues, kind of like Raisin Bran, two sprues of raisins. Is that how that works?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. And then the Grissom is actually 3 sprues. But these things are going to be dead simple to put together. So
nice. Not going to struggle like last one.
God, I hope not. And then here is the decals, or as the Brits say, decals.
Decals. I actually like the way that sounds.
Decals, yeah.
Yeah, I may start saying that. But I won't call my cookies biscuits.
Oh, the hell with that noise.
Biscuits is biscuits and cookies are cookies.
Yeah. Well, and actually there is one more sprue. It's the clear sprue. So, alrighty. Well, let's get in here. Hey, look, extra X-Acto knife. I wondered where that had gone. Oh, man. Well, today was supposed to have been a nice day here.
Yeah.
It was not.
It's not nice here.
Well, it was nicer than it could have been, but not as nice as they had reported it to be, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see what
we had a rainstorm and high winds last night, and rained most of today, and it is cold today.
Okay, what is cold?
Cold. not your cold, but you know that cold you get
50s?
after a rainstorm?
50s?
Oh, it's got to
40s.
be. I don't know. Because my phone's on the temperature, because again I work international. So
it's 63. It's so cold.
I'm not crying. I just said it's cold.
Oh no, I understand. No, I totally I'm with you, dude. I do get it.
Hey, it's not the weather I'm paying for living in California. Let me put it that way.
Right. Okay, so
I need to start building on these videos, man.
Yeah, you do.
What do I got?
What color is this supposed to be? Hmm.
Is that U.S. Army
That
olive?
well, no. This part right here. It's this part here, and I need to. I'm wanting to figure out. It's clear. I'm wanting to figure out what color they're expecting it to be, and I can't rightly tell.
You can make whatever color you want.
True, but I don't know what it is. You know, if I knew what it is, that would help a lot. Man, hold on.
Well, they gave it to you as clear. That's kind of a clue.
Well, no, because this here, this
Yeah.
this piece here, that's going to be red on. Well, I'm just going to do it all red. They've got it red and yellow. I'm just going to do it red.
Okay.
But see, here you see the tail is supposed to be red and yellow.
Right.
The engines. I'm just going to do it red. I don't care.
Those are the brake lights, right?
Yeah, exactly. And turn signal. It's a combo brake light turn signal. Y'all have seen those.
Yeah. They work different in space, but
exactly.
Same concept.
Exactly. Well, what is it? It's on the bottom side. It's on the underneath. Huh. You know what? Hell with it. It's going to get red.
I'm going to go grab some water. I'll be right back, boss.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, take time. All righty. And I am sorely ill prepared for this because I was so bleeping concerned for what because my internet was garbage. So for the two of y'all that are watching, I apologize. So yeah, Gordon, if you like that music, I was listening to it Shit, I actually made it on GarageBand. Oh, you're doing stuff. Outstanding. Good to know. Is it hobby related that you're doing, or is it something else? Because it's hobby related, cool, good on you. If it's something else, wish it was something you could, it was hobby related. If not, it's all good as well. So we'll take it that you're here and appreciate that you're with us. And now I got to find my red. I got to find my transparent red paint now. Bear with me. Like I said, I'm more ill prepared than normal, and I do apologize for that, guys. Let's see here. Hold on one second. Oh, man. Okay, let's.
Yeah, that looks pretty straightforward.
There we go. What the build?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to be difficult at all. Um, just putting together. Let's see, get this transparent red. And I don't know why I'm necessarily painting it transparent red, other than why not, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I could probably use just regular red, and it would give 80. And it looks like that there's not going to be any clear parts on the Grissom at all.
Oh, really? Even though they give you the clear sprue?
Well, because it's the clear is all of the clear parts are for the bird of prey.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh, dab some paint on it real quick. Not quite sure what all is going to be seen here. So I'll just there we go. Do the same thing here. So how has your week been, sir?
It was a hectic work week.
Yeah.
Hectic work week. I
Oh,
had
I get that.
yeah, I responded to an RFP a couple weeks ago, and we got a request to do some sample work. So last
Right.
week, yeah, but due by Friday. So last week was getting it all done. I had it all done basically on Thursday, but waited until Friday just to double check and make sure I had everything the way it was supposed to be. And then Friday turned into be a mess. I got everything done by 11 though in the morning. So
Oh, you
no
had that going for you.
sweat there, but it was a challenge starting
Yeah.
Tuesday night when the certificate on my server expired and I couldn't run any reports to get anything out. But
Oops.
yeah, but we got it taken care of. But yeah, I had about 12 hours there from Thursday afternoon till 11 on Friday that I was a little stressed trying to just get everything done. But it just
Yeah.
comes with the part of the job. So,
Oh, I get it. This last week I never deal with overtime at work because it's the uh the system that we use is the type that um you have to have a client software on your computer
mm-hmm.
to be able to reach the database. So very archaic, right? And on top of that, we then the reporting features on this package are less than stellar.
Okay, I understand.
So when I get this task from my boss saying, "Hey, we need the sales numbers for Illinois for 2022 and year to date 2023, and the sales numbers for just a particular county in the state."
Mm-hmm.
It took a while. I was able to get the raw data. That wasn't a problem. The problem was and I hate using the word manipulation because I wasn't manipulating the data. I wasn't changing the data. I
Mm-hmm.
was just reporting the data. And so, but to report it, I had to go in and um, go in and drop it into Excel, and then figure out how to and of course the sales data only gives me a customer's name. It doesn't give me any other uh, personal information on the customer, like their the county or the state or anything that they live in. It's strictly 100%. Um, it's strictly 100%. Name and invoice and date, and then how much of each product the customer bought and how much it cost, right? Um, and I'm not talking about cost as in how much it costs us to make it, but how much it costs them to buy it.
Right, retail.
Right. So I spent 22 hours of my own time at home figuring out how to take the data from one Excel spreadsheet. I had the customer's name and the customer's basically demographics, um, along with the customer code, and then did used VLOOKUP for the first time. And shout out to John Harrington, our British correspondent, for showing me VLOOKUP, because what that was able to do for me was I was able to then use the VLOOKUP to say, okay, here is the here's the customer's ID, their customer account name, for lack of a better term.
Right.
On one table, I've got the exact same data on the other table, and I'm going to use that to pair up to pull one column of data into a new column of data onto the other report.
Did you save all of this?
Oh, I know exactly how to do it now, because I'm getting to another bit of what would happen this week. So I was able to get that, and then which then allowed me to, I was able to then sort and say, okay, if this then that, etc. That type of thing. But it was every step I took led me down a path that would then in turn lead me down to, okay, I got this data, okay, now, but I'm not getting exactly what I'm looking for. Okay, now what? And so it took me 22 hours to get all of the steps. Because it's a multi-step process that I was working with. So I finally get the numbers, but they don't look right. Have you ever had that happen? Where you're working with data?
I'm a data guy.
Yeah.
I've been doing this for decades.
So you know that, okay, I got everything. Wait, this there's no way we made $38 million last year. We make 13 tops. Why is this 38? Somehow in the original production of the data, the report that I generated tripled every record.
Okay.
So I had $34 million in sales, And $38 million in sales and 38,000 lines of data on the Excel spreadsheet. All right, Charles, how you doing, buddy? So, yeah, so Wednesday night, I thought I had it all good. After the show, I went back, finished up. Thought I had everything grand. It was great. It was all put together. It was nice. Taking it to work, like, I got the information you're looking for, boss, but I don't think it's right. What do you mean? I'm like, I'm coming up with a number that is saying $34 million is what we made. He says, that can't be right. I was like, I know. And it says we did 12 million in just in Illinois. I said, no, 12 million is what we use or what we sell in an entire year. I said, I know that's what I'm saying. I don't think something's right.
Yeah.
Let me no, that was Thursday night that I got it done. Thursday night I got it done, not Friday night. Thursday night I got it done. So I went in on Friday because all of this data had to be ready to go, sent over to who it needed to be sent over by end of business on Friday, right? So I get it all done. He says, well, said, okay, at lunch I will run home, grab my computer to get the info, because that's where all of the information is, and get it taken care of. He said, okay. He said, just here is the email address that it needs to go to. Make sure you get it taken care of. I got it taken care of. So I rush home at lunch, drop the dog off, because the dog comes with me to work every Friday.
Nice.
Because, well, my boss likes the dog. Well, why is that even? That is weird. Oh, I see. Okay. That's what's getting painted. Well, I painted the wrong side of it. Well, crap. Oh, well. Not a big deal.
That's why you dry fit. That's why you dry fit.
Yeah, well. It's on the underside. No one's going to tell.
You can paint it. You can paint it now.
No. I wanted to paint. I should have painted the underside. I should have painted. The back side of it, so it looked glossy and looked,
Got it. Okay.
Not a big deal. Like I said, it's on the underside. And this doesn't have a light kit in it, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah. Well, there goes your chance to win Best in Show. But
yeah, you know what? What are you gonna do, right?
Yeah.
So I run home, drop the dog off, get a third of the way back when I realized, shit, I forgot to grab my computer. Turn around, drive back, grab my computer, stop and grab a little bit of lunch. Not the lunch I wanted to get, but it's the lunch I got. And got back to work. My coworker, who takes lunch right after me, jumps out just as I get there, because I'm about 10-15 minutes late coming back, which isn't a big deal. Nobody's nobody's clocking me other than the time clock. They're not saying, "Oh,
Right.
what is the wait?" Oh. So um, I get there, and all right. So this does go together first. Okay. Um, so I get there, and tell the boss, okay, I've got my computer, I've got the data. I'm going to go ahead and start putting it together, and it takes me. Um, it only took me about an hour to get the data prepared into the report. After I gleaned the new data off of or got a new report with only one iteration of the data is what I
Right.
should say. So oh so yeah, that was my week. But
Yeah, how
I
that
did get
goes.
paid for that. I did get paid for that 22 hours of overtime.
Nice. I'm a data guy. I build databases. I do a lot of things, but one of them is I full stack engineer. Part of what I do is database design, relational
Yeah.
databases anyway. So yeah, that's why when you were asking those questions in Facebook, I brought up Access because I use Access as a prototyping tool when I'm
Yeah.
designing databases or looking at data schemas. I'll slap together a quick database, and you can import those Excel files into tables into Access, and then export an Excel file once you've
Right.
made, because you got a key field in both of them with that customer number.
Right. Right. And I would kill for that ability.
Yeah,
But
I'm gonna ballpark that what took you 22 hours might have taken me an hour.
probably so. Yeah.
Um, but that's because I've got 20 years experience doing that shit. So yeah.
It's gonna look like garbage, but it's on the underside. I don't care. Yeah, it was mm, not great.
Well, it sounds like you learned a lot.
Oh yeah, I know how to do VLOOKUP. I know how to do OR statements. Yeah, all kinds of stuff. Come on.
Ors and ands.
Yep. Aha. Nice. All right.
VBA scripts. The application that I built, a lot of it's C# right now, but I still have some old legacy code that was written in Visual Basic.
Wow.
And one of my very first databases I built was on Access 1.0 when it was first released many, many moons ago.
Yowza.
Yeah.
Look out, Snoopy.
But yeah, I'm at the point where I see data in my brain visually 3D. I see relations and stuff. So
Okay, Neo.
yeah, well, that's what I do. I do things. I was just looking at was it Skylar Gremlin? He was saying that he used Excel with VBA scripts.
It would have probably taken me about 22 hours as well, but I've done it in Excel through VBA scripts. I don't
Yeah,
even know
Gordon, I
what
use
that
SQL
is.
Server on the back end for my database at my work. Brought a lot of stored procs and SQL Server backend. It's a web-based application now. I've even done a little bit of Blazor, although I'd like to write some more Blazor. And some API stuff, which is fun.
Okay, so that's in there. All right. There we go. It went together nice. I just didn't paint it. Didn't paint it up like I wanted to. Oh well, that's okay. All right. Now
dry fit, man. Dry fit.
Okay, so I need. Okay, I'm gonna do it in attack mode, so I need to use the 10A.
It's in the cloud now, Gordon. Used to host it. I used to have a server in my office that we would host, but moved to the cloud. We have a private cloud now, and I'm actually talking with Microsoft about moving off of our private cloud up to Azure. So there's a lot of stuff I want to do with that.
So it's a private cloud. If someone's on there, can you go up there and say, "Hey, you get off of my cloud"?
I haven't done that, but I probably could.
Why aren't you using the old knife? Damn.
Yeah, it's a pretty complex app. Even though parts of the core are literally 20 years old, it still works. I will say that. And what's funny is when I was originally starting, because I ran my own business for 17 years and then was acquired through my current company and still kind of do the same job. But when I was trying to figure out how I was going to build my process engine or for my business rules, it's one of those stories. It literally came to me in a dream. I'm weird.
No shit.
And I am weird. I'll have mornings where I'm not awake, but I know that I'm kind of sleeping. I'm in this state.
Yeah.
And my brain is very clear. And what I try to do is not wake up on purpose and think about what I need to do or problems that I have to solve. And my brain is highly functional in that, whatever state that is. I don't know. But I had an epiphany in one of those mornings on how to do my architect my process engines. And that was 20 years ago. And that is still a solid design that even today, when I have to update on a quarterly basis, because we do workers' comp and I have an application that reviews medical bills to state fee schedules. And that when we have to do updates, it takes a couple of days because of the way we architected it. But yeah. From D&D cartoons. What? Because I have my head shaved? I don't know.
What?
No, Gordon says I look like I'm a D&D cartoon of Dungeon Master.
Oh.
I guess that's a good thing. Anyway, so yeah. Oh, isn't that normal? Doesn't everybody's brain work like that?
Normally, I get shower thoughts. So some of my greatest ideas for Ocean Thunder.
Okay.
Came to me while I was taking a shower. It's like, how can I make this? How can I get this to happen? How can I get this to do what I want it to do, how I wanted it to do, how I want it to happen? Mm-hmm. How can I get that to go? And then, boom.
Yeah, I have, like I said, moments where I have quite a bit of clarity, and other times I have so much going on in my head that it's overload, and I cannot do anything because I've got too many thoughts going on. But you know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I feel like I got nothing done today. Although I made a checklist last night of everything I wanted to get done this weekend, and so far nothing is off my list. Although I did get some stuff done, just not what I put on my checklist last night.
Yeah.
Uh,
Okay, K11.
Night terrors are not good.
No. I'm lucky that I don't. I can honestly say I probably have not had night terrors before. I've had bad dreams. I've had nightmares,
Yeah.
but not night terrors. So I'm lucky there.
Oh my God. About 2 or 3 weeks ago, I don't dream every night. At least I don't think. If I do, I don't remember.
Right.
But I had one of those weird nights where my brain and my dreams, it was like a film festival.
Oh, I've had those before, man.
I had a dream. I woke up and it's like 1 o'clock. I go to bed late and I think I slept all night and I woke up and I've been asleep for 45 minutes or an hour and I had a full dream. Go back
Right.
to sleep, have a completely different dream, wake up and it's 2 o'clock. Go back to sleep, have another dream, wake up, it's 3:30. I had like 5 dreams one night where I woke up at the end of every single one of them and they were all different. And I'm like, that
What
was
in
like a
the
film
blue
festival.
blazes is going on?
Yeah, I don't know what. That's not normal. Not even for me. So, yeah.
Or like Slim Pickens says in Blazing Saddles, what in the wide world of sports is going on?
Well, what's funny is after the third time, I was falling asleep going, ooh, I wonder what I'm going to dream about next.
Oh yeah.
And I don't remember any of them. So, anyway, I just call it my film festival.
Yep. Yeah, this is going
Well, why do
together
you
not too
carve
bad.
towards your thumb as opposed to away? This is how you learned?
A little bit more control. So yes, you're supposed to, when you whittle like wood or something, you should carve away from yourself. But when you're doing fine work, you can, like here, because it's a big chunk, I can go away. But you see that it when it gives way, it pops off like that. So when you doing a finer, a little bit finer, you just bring it back to you, and you got more control on it. You're less likely for it to fly away from you. Now that being said, if you don't do that unless you've got a good sharp knife. If you don't have a good sharp knife, then yeah, that you're going to end up with a chest full of knife, which has happened to me before.
Yeah.
I have stabbed myself in the chest.
That I've never done. Knock on wood.
And being that this is a snap pet kit, I probably don't need to be using the glue, but why not?
That's a pretty good philosophy. Focus on what you do get done. That's like today. I made a checklist last night. And I haven't done anything on that checklist, but I still got some things done that were productive for my multiple ventures I'm working on.
All right. Let me catch up on some information here. Chris Long, A, how you doing, buddy? Says hello all. How's it going, A? Doing good. Skylar Gremlin, my daughter and I do a lot of picnics in graveyards. Have lunch and look up what the world was like when the random person we're sitting on was alive. Oh, that's kind of cool. I say that to explain that I've looked a lot of gravestones and never seen one that says never went to the moon. So best not to get caught up on the list of things you didn't get done. That's a great, that's a great way of looking at it.
Yep.
You know, look at your personal accomplishments. See what you have done. And I would say you're probably going to be surprised of what you have done compared to what you haven't done. Okay, so that's interesting.
Yeah, one of the, I don't do New Year's resolutions.
Right.
It's just something like, like when I was younger, I would have all sorts of plans and would almost never follow through on them for whatever reason.
Right.
So I don't do that. But this year I decided I'm going to do less thinking about things. And I think a lot about things. So doing less is still thinking a lot, but I'm going to start doing more.
Think less, do more.
Yeah, but it's all relative, right? Because I think a lot.
Yeah.
Constantly. So it's just a matter of I'll sit and I'll have days like today. I probably thought about things for about 4 hours.
Right.
I was online watching videos. Next thing you know, it's 2 p.m. and I was like, what the hell? Where'd the day go? And so
sometimes you just have to have days like that.
I find them unproductive.
You would be surprised though. They're kind of reset days. You need to have a reset. You have to have these reset days because it's doing exactly what it sounds like. Your brain is going in and resetting itself.
Yeah, I think it's a bit different. I don't think you need a whole day. I have bad days that I write off on occasion where I just feel like nothing gets done and you write those off. But I like to try to be productive all the time.
Right.
Whatever it is, it doesn't need to be things super important. It could be simple things like, making your bed or doing the laundry, just something that's productive.
Right.
But
no, I get it. But
because I have a big lazy streak in me that I have to fight. As productive as I am, I can be equally unproductive. There's like no middle ground sometimes. It's so bizarre.
Oh, I get it.
Depending on how big the page is, Gordon.
Wouldn't that be a pamphlet?
Depends on how big the page is. I mean, if it's the size of a bed sheet, do they make paper that big? You can make your handmade paper that big.
Well, this is interesting.
So you know what my big victory of the day is?
What's that?
On my, my Kindle Direct Publishing, I've got a number of books that I put online. Yeah. And in January, I put up 6 coloring books and 7 ebooks.
Right.
Well, one of my ebooks had 24 pages read, and I got paid a royalty of 2 cents from Amazon.
Look out, Snoopy.
Hey, the way I look at it,
hey, that's 24. That's 2 cents more than I got.
Well, it's not the 2 cents per se. It's the fact that I've done something to create a second source of income.
Right.
That I did a week to 2 weeks ago. That now I have it down to a science. It takes me about an hour. And cool. So what Amazon does is if you've got Kindle Unlimited, you can get ebooks for free. So
Nice.
I sell my book for like $3.99, and I've sold a few. Yesterday I sold 4 books for almost $9.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, and today I made 2 cents. But it's a win for me because it proves that what I'm doing works. Now it's just a question of scaling, because if I
Right.
made 1,000 sales, yesterday would have been $8,000, and today would be $20 or whatever the number works out to be.
Right.
So
Not too shabby though. I mean, it is too shabby because she's right there, but
yeah, she's actually sleeping on my bed. But no, so anyway, I was excited. I was
yeah.
excited today because in February, I've only had 2 days where I haven't made something. And prior to today, my lowest day was 7 cents. My highest day was almost $9. And today I hit a new non-zero low of 2 cents. but it made me happy.
But
It's
you know,
stupid.
it's you
Proof of
have made
concept.
you have made something that people are, you know,
Consuming.
exactly.
Yeah.
All right. I need K6 and K7.
If it's a hardback, I'll buy it. Brian's the one who's the Mr. Hardback.
Right.
Warmut. He acts like books, if they're not hardback, don't exist.
He's a snob.
What's he do with ebooks?
He doesn't.
I was going to say. Oh, well. Hey,
Teach their own.
exactly.
Well, that's weird. Huh. They've got these. So this part here.
Okay. I'm like leaning forward.
Yeah, this part here.
Yeah.
On the sprue is K6.
Okay.
I don't know if you can.
Well, there's 2 of them. They're
Right, but
are
this
they
is
both
K6. No,
Okay.
this is K6. But on the directions, it points that it's K7.
Well, there's 2 of them. What's the other
Hold
one?
on.
Oh, okay.
The other one is K13.
Oh.
This part here on this part here on the sprue is K7. On the sheet it's K6.
Oh. That was their first day.
Apparently.
That was their first day. They got it wrong. So I will tell you, though, for this month on my KDP, I've generated $64.40.
Well, shit, that's a nice dinner.
It's not bad. Last month was, so I'm at $103.40 this year. I'm not gonna retire on it, but
You know, won't be flying anybody out to a game convention on that.
not yet. Not yet. There's this woman who I watched some of her YouTube channels when I started this, and I didn't follow through. For the last year, I kind of have been inactive on doing any KDP stuff, and I started the YouTube channel. But she started 3 years ago. The last 2 months, she's done over $10,000 a month in sales on her book. Yeah, I think in December she did 14,000, and in January she's done 12,000.
Wow.
And most of that, outside of ads, because she runs ads, is profit.
Right.
It's all digital. So like yesterday, I had a book that sold 4 copies, and it's just a little grid paper book. But since I created it like a year and a half ago, I've sold like 50, 60 copies of it.
Yeah.
I make like $2.20 for every sale. And it just sits there and makes money. I've made $50 this year just on that one book. So I just need to have 1,000 more of those books. That's all.
Right.
And I say that half jokingly, but that's really, people think they have to have one book that they make $1 million off of, right?
No,
And
not at all.
you really do want to have, make money on 1,000 different little items or however
Right.
many. But anyway, so yeah, I was happy today because I made 2 cents.
Something I find interesting is every time someone will give you a penny for your thoughts, but they want your 2 cents worth.
Yeah.
Somebody is making a profit, and I want in on that gig.
Yeah. How does that work? Well, they'll give you their 2 cents for free, or you can pay them a penny for their thoughts.
Right. But how do you get them to give them your 2 cents or give them their 2 cents?
Well, that's the trick.
Yeah.
That's the real trick. Ask Chat GPT. Oh, and so those ebooks that I made,
Right.
they're about 25 AI art images and the associated prompts that created them.
That's cool.
So I just basically take down the image and the prompt and I put it onto 2 different pages. I slap together 50 some pages, put a cover on it, upload it onto Amazon. Again, it takes me about an hour to do.
Right.
Boom, ebook.
Nice.
Yeah, I told you I've made 7 of them last month. So that's on my to-do list, is to make another one this weekend. So I still have tomorrow to do that. And that's where we got to get on to your Rolling Thunder. I've been thinking about, or Ocean Thunder, not Rolling Thunder. Rolling Thunder is your tank game, right?
Actually, my tank game is called Steel on Target.
Yeah, not anymore. It's called Rolling Thunder. You got to brand these things. Ocean Thunder and Rolling Thunder.
See, to me, Rolling Thunder is going to be the game about semi trucks.
Yeah, no, I'm not feeling that one, boss. Come on, thunder, boom, gun firing.
Yeah.
Well, then Ocean Thunder should be about
whaling
Marines and cargo containers.
I'm good with that too. I actually for about 6 months when I was a junior in high school, my first time through my junior in high, or actually my second time through in my junior in high school, about 6 months of time, I seriously considered, what it would take for me to get appointed to the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy in Kings Cross, New York.
Huh. I flirted with the idea of, living in California on the West Coast, of going up to Alaska to be one of those deckhands on a fishing boat.
No, thank you.
Wait, when you're young, and
if you're young, that's when you
might
want to
make
do
a lot of money. You could drown, but it was just the thought of drowning in cold water didn't excite me, so I didn't go do it.
Yeah, exactly. Which is really weird because I wouldn't want to do that, but if someone came up and offered me and said, "Hey, you know what? You could make on a good ship, you could make $50,000-$65,000 as a deckhand going up to Alaska and being on one of the salmon boats or the crab boats or whatever type of boats, right?"
Mm-hmm.
And I would be, no thanks. I'm good. No thanks. I'm okay. Someone comes up to me and says, "You know what? We'll pay you $35,000 if you want to be an astronaut. You get to go up in space." Done.
Okay, that's completely different.
You know what? Yes, sign me up.
Would you go to Mars?
Fuck yeah, I'll go to Mars. Absolutely, dude. I'm all about it.
I think I might as well.
My grandmother, my mom's mom, she wanted, and she died back in 1980, mind you, 80, 81. She wanted to be on the first, she wanted to be on the first public shuttle flight to the moon.
Okay.
You know, let's put it this way. Back in the day, Pan Am, for those of y'all that remember Pan Am,
Mm-hmm.
and I think I grabbed the wrong one. I did. They actually sold holder spots so when they did finally get to the point where they were going to fly to the moon, you would be contacting to say, okay, we've got our first trip to the moon. You are on the list as being one of the first that wants to go.
Mm-hmm.
The tickets are going to be this much. Are you still in? So they actually sold not full tickets, mind you, but placeholder tickets to the moon.
Yeah, that sounds like a scam, but okay.
So,
I mean, they know that they weren't
well,
going.
it's a scam. Well, they didn't know that.
Oh, they know they weren't going. They knew that.
No. If you genuinely are planning, now keep in mind this was back in the 60s when they did this. And back in the 60s, we were positive that going to the moon was going to be a regular thing.
And it should have been.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It could have been. Let me say that. It could
No,
have
it should have been. The fact that we're just now 54 years 54 years after landing on the moon, we're just now getting a rocket and a capsule into position to be able to go back is criminal. Skylar Millen says, I like the idea of going to Mars, but then I realized I spent a stupid amount on Amazon Fresh because I can't be bothered to go to the grocery store. It's only 3 blocks away.
Yeah. I would go for free too, probably, Gordon. Because what are you going to spend your money on in Mars? So they're going to have to feed you and give you room and board. What are you going to do with any money? And you're probably not coming back to Earth. So yeah. Other than leaving money, see, my problem is, I've got family that I wouldn't want to leave. So that's what would keep me on Earth. But if I didn't, I would totally. I would totally be going to Mars.
I'll take Donna with me. Boom, done.
Yeah, but I got grandkids and daughters, and
yeah. So do I.
Yeah, I want to be around.
Notice how they're 4.5 hours away from me.
Yeah, well, mine are 6, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. Same thing. Don't get me wrong. I love the daughters. I love the grandkids. They're great. Wouldn't trade them for the world, unless someone said, "Hey, you want to go to Mars?"
Well, that would be trading them for a different world.
Yep.
Right?
You want to go to Mars, and my response always will be, "Is the Bear in the Woods Catholic?"
I had no idea.
Uh-huh.
Hey, how far can a bear run into the woods?
Halfway.
Yep,
The rest of the time, they're running out of the woods.
exactly. Some people don't get that.
Yeah, which is a shame. I used to do stuff like that with my son. It drive him absolutely berserk. Dad, ask Gordon. Hey, Exy, how you doing, buddy?
Hey,
Glad to
boss.
see you. Watched a little bit of the show on Thursday. Y'all talking about the games y'all have been playing. That was really cool. I liked it. We actually got 6 folks watching, and I did absolutely no. Again, I didn't do any kind of "Hey, come watch us" type of stuff.
You need a promoter. You need like Don King in your corner.
Yeah, but the hair, man, is.
Hey, live and let live.
Isn't he dead now?
I think he is. I don't know.
I don't see how he could do so, really that good of work if he's dead.
Well, you know what's so I saw. You see that thing Todd put up with that filter that makes you look that de-ages you?
Yeah.
So imagine with that at the consumer level, okay, which is where it's at now.
Yeah.
I could see in the next few years that politicians are going to use that on the news. They're all going to look young.
Oh yeah.
No matter how old they are.
Well, I mean,
we might not even know who gets actually elected as a president because it's going to be a personality, not an individual person. Because you could have 2 or 3 people that are almost the same looking, and you could just run some AI on them and make them all look the same.
Well, you've already done that.
I mean, we know this technology exists, but most people are just going to be blinded by the fact that.
Yeah, well, I mean, all you got to do is watch a couple of Star Wars movies and realize that that's already happened.
Oh, I'm sure it has. What I'm saying is that technology is now at the consumer level.
Yeah.
I'm implying that you can imagine what's going on in the secret laboratories around the world where they're doing this shit, and they probably have been for decades before it got to this point, right?
Well, and it probably will eventually happen because all you got to do is look back to the election of the 1960s, of 1960, and who won the election in 1960? John F. Kennedy. Why? What was the primary reason for John F. Kennedy to win that election against Richard Nixon?
Was it the dead vote?
No. He looked better in the televised debate.
So it had nothing to do with the dead vote?
No, not at all.
Which happened?
No, it was because the amount by which he won, the quote unquote dead vote would have had to have been. You would not have been able to hide it.
No, it wasn't the sheer number. It was the way the Electoral College works, and it was in key locations that it had an effect. But anyway, that's just speculative, right?
Yeah, because the exit polls clearly showed, when asked, well, who'd you vote for? I voted for Kennedy. Why?
Oh, yeah, that has zero value. That's manipulated. That is completely manipulated because you just go ask the right people. You hire the right people. You ask them the questions. You go, oh, exit polls. No, that has zero value.
No, but and it's not for prognostication purposes.
Zero value.
Not for prognostication purposes. They wanted to know why you voted for so and so.
But no, they don't. They put that out there to convince
No,
us why it happened.
no, in 1960.
They did that in the 1960s.
The Democrats wanted to go out and find why did you vote. It wasn't.
No. They don't want to know why. They tell you why. It has zero value. It's never. It's staged.
So how can they tell you what the information they want to know is when the questions are lit with no multiple choice?
Because they're not. Because you're believing that they're doing something. Go ahead.
They asked, "Who did you vote for? Why did you vote for?"
Right. And
those are the two questions.
Right. And the people who answered were shills. That's my point.
How are they shills?
You tell somebody, you go, hey, I'm going to give you $10. Or you don't even do that. You just make up the numbers. Dude, politics is like that. It's across the board. You can't believe exit polls. You have 5 million people voting. They ask 20 people and you go, oh, the exit polls show this. No, that doesn't, no.
All I know is all you got to do is look at the recordings of the debates, and you can see that there is no doubt.
Oh, I'm sure that was one of the factors. I'm sure that was one of the factors. And that's my point being is you can imagine with AI.
Right. And that's what I'm saying is
that Biden might be the last bumbling president we ever have, regardless of who's president, because they can just run it through an AI, make them look younger and articulate.
Yep.
No matter who it is. Me, I can be old and feeble and run me through an AI.
What do you mean can be?
Well, you get my point, right? It's like, yeah. So that's what I find really interesting is just to see where this technology goes. But yeah, we could be on Mars. You know, it's a really interesting thought. Whoever goes to Mars, you know, they're going to become their own country or their own planet. You know, they're not going to be tied to this planet once they become self-sufficient, right? There's no need for them to ever do that.
Correct.
And you look at, I don't know how people feel about Elon Musk. I actually like him. But that's neither here nor there. What does he have? 7 kids?
I have no idea.
Can you imagine what you see how the impact the Kennedy family had and the Rothschilds and some of those families had? Imagine the impact that the Musk family is going to have in 20 or 25 years from now when these kids are grown and they've got bank. That's going to be very interesting to see what the world's like under that. With that kind of influence.
Yeah. That is why
I'll still be alive to see it because I'm curious how that's going to play out.
That's why I'm also I'm actually very pleased with what Steve Jobs' wife has stated.
Which is?
When she dies, her children aren't getting the billions. They will get a nice little nest egg. They won't have to work a day in their life if they don't want to. But they are not inheriting all of the money.
See, I would give all my money to my kids. Who's you going to give the money to? Well, probably some political agenda.
Charities.
Yeah.
Because
not the charities you're thinking.
I don't care what charity that she gives to.
The Communist Party.
The thing.
Come on, it's Apple. Apple.
Oh yeah, Apple. The absolute largest. The absolute largest. Capitalist organization on the planet does not want communism in any way, shape, or form. Trust me. I worked for them.
Really?
Yeah.
I won't get into the politics, but just look at their behavior when there's suppression of the Chinese people against the Chinese government on behalf of the Chinese government.
Look at their behavior towards their employees.
And how much money do they make off a communist country in China? Gobs and gobs. How many people work for them for dirt in China? Slave labor.
Which is
a lot.
100% capital. 100% capitalism.
Slavery?
Fuck yeah.
No, that's not capitalism.
Shit, it's not.
No.
To be able to make as much money as you can with as little outlay as possible.
You don't understand capitalism. You don't understand. That's greed. There's a difference between capitalism and greed. You're describing greed.
Which is what capitalism has turned into.
Nope. 100% wrong, boss.
So you're telling me that Jeff Bezos isn't a capitalist?
Jeff Bezos is a capitalist.
He's not doing anything different than Apple.
You can be more than one thing. Hello.
He is all about greed.
No.
Just as you're saying, Apple's all about greed.
You can have greed and you can be a capitalist, but you can be a capitalist and not be greedy. You're conflating the two as one.
Now, don't get me wrong. I love capitalism. Capitalism is great. The problem is when you allow capitalism to run rampant and not actually take care of people. When you have, come on, what are you doing here? When you have, there we go, hot diggity. When you have a company that makes billions of dollars and doesn't pay their employees enough money to actually be able to buy what they make, you got a problem. Scal Gremlin says Bezos is not a capitalist, he's a neo-feudalist, a merchant baron overseeing serfs.
There's probably some truth in that too.
Yeah. But by no means, well, there you go, guys.
Looking good. That's a cool look. I like the lines of that, by the way.
I have always liked this ship.
Yeah.
I've always liked this ship. All right.
Whoever designed their ships on that series did a really good job. Oh, same with Star Trek. Excuse me, Star Wars. But yeah.
With Star Wars, a lot of the ideas came from Ralph McQuarrie.
Well, he was creative, whoever he was.
Very, very. All right.
I don't understand why we haven't colonized the moon yet. Maybe it's cost.
No, it's because it stopped being important to us.
Yeah.
Because we quote unquote won the space race.
Right. Well, I grew up in the middle of that. I can remember seeing the moon landing on TV. The astronauts used to come back and have to go into quarantine. That was all on TV. That was all big stuff. I remember that as a kid. Of course, by the time I was 10, 2 Kennedys and a king were assassinated in our country.
Yeah.
And that's why when people today say things are worse off, I'm like, yeah, no.
No.
Not really.
Not at all.
Not really, but yeah.
The last time we actually have had an honest attempt on a president's life was in 82.
It was Reagan, right?
Yeah.
I loved Reagan. I think he's one of our best presidents we've ever had.
All
I
right.
watch old clips of him, and the things that he says is so intelligent. Are you going to paint that?
It's got decals.
Okay. Decals?
So,
But are you going to
yep.
paint it?
I don't know. I do need to come up with. I don't like that it spins like that on the base.
Well, you can play Spin the Klingon.
Yeah, exactly. I got to figure out because I don't want to glue it in there.
That's what she said.
Right. But I don't want to clean. I don't want to. I don't want to glue it there because I want to be able to, since it's going to be a game piece.
Sorry, I was just reading what Skylar Gremlin said.
Yeah, it's not a glue. It is a plastic cement. It actually welds the two pieces together.
So I was watching a couple of different modeling channels, and I guess there's this using airbrush cleaner.
Yeah.
As opposed to the Tamiya liquid cement, like what you have. Because that melts the plastic and does the same thing, and it's a lot cheaper.
I don't know. This stuff is, I knew about it. And I probably should have looked at Hobby Lobby where I was today. But this stuff is only $5.50.
Yeah. Okay. So you get look at what airbrush cleaner costs and how much you get. That's super expensive.
Let me see here.
And go on Google. No, let me do that. Or Amazon.
Airbrush cleaner, Iwata Media airbrush cleaner. It is $18 for 16 fluid ounces. Yeah, this is one fluid ounce for $5.50. But see, I don't think this will work because it's fast-acting, odorless, and environmentally safe, which means it's probably not what you think it is.
No, you look at some of these modeling channels. They use the airbrush cleaner. It will melt that plastic and glue things together just like the expensive modeling glue does.
Yeah, this won't work because it is designed it works well with all models of airbrushes, synthetic and natural haired paintbrushes. So yeah, this won't do it.
Well, maybe not the one you're looking at.
Let's go to Ox airbrush cleaner made by Viejo. I'm
going to put something in chat. Check out this guy's channel. He's pretty cool. He just got over 1,000 subs. He does modeling. And a number of his videos, you'll watch him and as he's gluing together his expensive 35, mil models.
Yeah.
He uses his airbrush cleaner and paints it on, and it does the job. And I've seen another guy who put up a video on how to save money on in the hobby, and he's the same thing.
It must be a very specific. It must be a very specific airbrush cleaner because the two that I've looked up by the two biggest names are non-toxic and non-flammable, which means if it's not flammable, means it's not a solvent.
That may be the case, but I'm telling you, there are multiple people who on their channels build models, and they use airbrush cleaner.
I'm not doubting that.
And they pay like you said, $15 for 16 ounces, not $5 for
Yeah, so it must be, like I said, it must be a very specific.
So you're paying the
brand.
equivalent. What's that? You're almost $6 an ounce. So you're paying. Well, how many ounces? Is it 16 ounces? So you're paying 60, $80 for something that you can get for $16, basically. And I already bought my glue, so I'm going to use it before I switch. But
see, the thing is, I don't build enough models for that to be. I will never. I will never. It's. I'm going to be hard pressed to even use this.
Yeah, no, I get you. I get you. Like I said, I went and bought a couple of things of the Tamiya, and I thought, oh yeah, $6, not a big deal. And then I watched that, and I went, oh wow. Oh, Tamiya cleaner and Tamiya extra thin glue are the same formula, different bottles, different prices.
Oh, there you go.
But general airbrush cleaner doesn't work as glue. Okay. Well, I'll have to see what they're using on those other channels, because they mention using airbrush cleaner, and they're actually using it, what I believe to be airbrush cleaner. And I don't know if it's from Tamiya or not. Maybe it is.
There. Okay. I had one last bit to put on there. Now it's done. All right. So an hour and 21 minutes in, and I got the bird of prey built.
Sweet.
So let's jump on over to.
Now, is that the easier of the two?
Oh, no. Single page for the Grissom.
I want to build that my Yabari, but I want to do it on video. I need to get me another ship that I can just build while we're doing this, so that I'm keeping myself busy.
All right.
Gordon said he was working at Apple the day Steve Jobs passed. That would be a kind of a weird thing. What was it like? I mean, I'm sure people at Apple were very saddened by it, and not that people elsewhere weren't, but
very much so. God, when was that? Steve Jobs. He passed away what year?
I don't know.
2011. So yeah, I was not working for Apple.
12 years ago?
Yep.
It does not seem like 12 years, does it?
No, it does not.
I would have thought like 5 years. Man. Well, I never owned an Apple computer. I never was intrigued by them.
I
think what turned me off was the one button mouse in the very beginning. I just could not grok that. My head could not wrap around that. I was so used to 2-button mouse.
See, for the longest time I never knew that I needed a 2-button mouse. Because the first computer I ever had dealings with was an Apple II, and there were no mice at that point in time.
Yeah.
But the first I met my first GUI run computer when I was 17 in high school at Lee Summit, where I was in a industrial arts graphics arts class.
Mm-hmm.
And we had 2 Fat Macs. A Fat Mac is a Mac from it was the third Mac. It had 512 kilobytes of RAM.
Okay.
That's why it was called the Fat Mac, because the original Mac, the first Macintosh, introduced in 1984, had 128K of RAM, no hard drive, and a 400K floppy drive.
Well, that's fancy. My first computer had 8K of RAM and 5K was used for the operating system. So you had 3K of usable
Yeah.
RAM.
So
That was a VIC 20.
Yeah, and see that's why Macs were so huge, is that for consumers, it was the first time you had a business class strength computer that was essentially uh, was essentially less expensive enough for the hell. Well, there we go. That it was cheap enough that a normal consumer could buy it. Now, keep in mind, cheap enough is relative, because what you were looking at that time was about $2,500 in 1984 money.
Yeah. No, I remember buying PCs back in the day. I never was an Apple fan, especially because I was in tech. I used to design printed circuit boards. And when I started getting into PCs, I realized that what you were getting with a Mac was double the price and not as strong performance-wise of what you could do when you built your own PC. So I never bought a Mac because they were never that good.
In 1984, there was no you build your own
Well, I had a VIC 20 and then a Commodore 64, and then you had the PCs come out, and they were very powerful.
Right, but
before 84.
But at that point in time, you weren't building your own.
No, but you still could get a better computer for cheaper.
It also wasn't GUI.
Yeah, but early GUI was nothing to write home about.
Yeah.
Look at Windows when it first came out.
Well, maybe not now because of so many changes have been made at this point. But from 1984 till about 1999. Although there were huge changes in how the operating systems worked, I would hazard to say that anybody from 1999 would still be, if you would give them a Mac from 1984, they would still be able to utilize it, because although there were huge strides in technology advances, the basics were still the same.
I love how Gordon obviously is an Apple person. Windows was amazing, and people shit on it all those years, but it is the business of it's the computer of business.
You know why?
Been forever.
You know why? Because
there's many reasons why. I'm curious what your thoughts are on it.
So how Microsoft came to be, there's two things that have happened.
I know Microsoft. How they came to be, but go ahead.
First off, Bill Gates caught the big break when IBM was looking for an operating system for their new PC.
Yep.
The guy who made the operating system that they wanted to use was not available to talk to.
No, he wouldn't sell to them. They showed the story I heard. They showed up at his house and his wife wouldn't let him in the door.
No, they tried to reach him, and he was on a yacht in the Mediterranean.
Okay. I have an old VHS tape that talks about the beginning of time with all of these things.
Yeah,
and the story that I heard was that Bill Gates pointed him in this guy's direction. They showed up at his house. His wife wouldn't let him in the door because he wasn't interested in selling. And so he basically went up to Seattle, paid a few $100s for a clone of this guy's operating system, and built DOS off of it.
Right. It was, but it wasn't as good as the operating system that the other guy had made. It was the second choice. Is basically either way you look at it, it was the second choice for them. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that I find it interesting that his operating system wasn't the first choice. Now, what I find interesting though, what really did Microsoft make all of their money off of? Microsoft Office. It wasn't Windows. They didn't make their billions of dollars off.
Well, they made a lot of money before Office. So, what's your point?
Okay. Yes, they did make a lot of money, but they didn't.
And they saved Apple from going under with their investment in Apple. Otherwise, Apple wouldn't exist today if it wasn't for Microsoft.
Well.
And I'm not championing Microsoft. I'm just putting the story straight.
Well, I'll set the story straight on that here in just a second. Also,
I just did, but okay.
But you didn't. You didn't give the whole story.
Microsoft saved Apple in a number of ways, because you know what some of the biggest selling applications on Apple were? Excel, Microsoft Business products.
And that's my point, is there would not be a Microsoft today without Apple.
Not true.
Absolutely, because
if there was no Apple, people would have bought other computers, and Microsoft would have put applications on those computers, and they would still exist today because they made money off software, not the hardware.
Right.
Which is what Apple did. So there would have been a different hardware provider.
Without selling Excel, which was made for Apple first.
Doesn't matter who it was made for first. They sold it on both platforms. And your point is, if Apple didn't exist,
2 years later,
would have been
2 years later, they came out.
Stop. Go back to your statement. If Apple didn't exist, somebody else would have, and they would have sold out Excel on the Orange platform. Because they're a software company. They did not need Apple. Apple was there. They used them. They made money off of them. If Apple didn't exist, they would have used whoever else was there. IBM was there. They've made money off IBM. So Apple was not critical in Microsoft's survival.
But IBM was not using Microsoft software other than the operating system. And in fact, IBM didn't want to use Windows.
But they did.
Because they saw
but Apple stole the GUI.
From who?
There is a group that was a think
Park?
tank.
They didn't steal it. They were given it to.
They were given a tour, and they saw it, and then they said, "Oh, this think tank created this." People think Apple created the GUI. Apple stole the GUI. They didn't create it.
No, they didn't steal it. They went to Xerox PARC. They saw it at the same time that Bill Gates did. They were there at the same time.
But they did not invent it, was my point.
But Apple,
which is fine. It's fine. It gets out there in the world, and you do what you do.
Apple came out and said, "Okay, hey Xerox, we want to use your idea. Is that going to be okay?" They said, "Yeah, sure, whatever. We don't care."
They also had the networks, which was what? Who was that big network company for the longest time?
Cisco?
No. The software. It's like if you knew how to configure this software as that was like the de facto network software at one point. I think it started with an N. Oh my God, how could I forget this? Anyway, that's all interesting stuff, how all that stuff played out in the past. But
to your point that Microsoft saved Apple, $150 million was all that was invested.
yeah, when you don't have any money, that's quite a bit.
And it was ultimately hush money.
What sells hardware?
What I'm saying
What
is
sells hardware?
software, of course.
And who made the software that saved Apple? Microsoft.
No, my point is
Microsoft did. That's what sells gaming hardware are games. Software sells hardware. You cannot say Apple, being a hardware company, saved Microsoft. It's the other way around.
No, I'm not saying
if
that.
They didn't create the software to put on Apple. Apple would not have sold crap. But it's just the way. That's just the way the world works.
So
why do people have Apple phones? It's not because they're great phones. It's because they have the Apple Store and you can get apps all over the place. Apple knows that. That's smart.
The reason I have an Apple phone is because Android phones
are amazing.
Are difficult for me to understand and use. I don't get it. Just like Windows, I don't.
Doesn't Android control like 70% of the phone market globally anyway?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I'm not saying that Apple is better, has a better product than Android. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is, personally,
yeah, I have an iPhone, but
I can't.
2 years old now.
You've got a 12 or a 12 Pro?
No, I have a 10, I think.
Oh, then you're about 5 years old.
Yeah, something like that. And I'm really not looking to upgrade to an Apple. I'm looking to get an Android, but we'll cross that bridge when I get to it.
Well, for me and for you, it makes sense to be able to make that change. You can easily make that change.
I could not. I had at one point I had both the Apple and an Android because I was developing software to do some mobile stuff. I was learning and playing around, so I wanted both. But I used my Apple probably 80%, 90% of the time. My normal phone forever has been an Apple.
Right. But what I'm saying though is you would be able to make the switch to Android a lot easier than I can. And that's because I am in how deeply I'm invested in the Apple ecosystem.
Oh, because of the other hardware that you have?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I've got iPhones, I've got iPads, I've got MacBook Pros, I've got iMacs.
I had an iPad. I still have it somewhere. They're nice little devices, but mine's really underpowered by today's standards.
Probably so, yeah.
Oh yeah. And I'm looking to get another tablet. But I'll tell you the one of the best computers I've ever bought, which I still work on, and I really do need to get a new one, is a Microsoft Surface.
Yeah, those are decent little units.
Mine's a 3. I still have it sitting right here next to me. I need a new one because it's pretty beat up at this point. I will say it was funny. I was watching one of the Apple developer conventions or whatever, they do every year where they come out with all their new products. They were hyping up their new Apple. This was 2 or 3 years ago. They were hyping up their new tablet. Yeah. And they were comparing it to last year's version of the Microsoft Surface, not what had just recently come out, but they were saying how it was better than the Surface. And I was like, dude, that's last year's product. You're a year behind. And in computers, being a year behind is like decades almost.
Oh, yeah.
Right. But it was funny how confidently, and I was trying to look at it and learn how to sell a product, right? And I was like watching these guys, I'm like, oh, wow, that just rolls right off their tongue, knowing that they're a year behind Microsoft, yet they're hyping how much better they are than last year's Surface with their breaking edge new technology. There's something to be learned there if I just pay attention and listen.
Oh, yeah. If nothing else, Steve Jobs was the consummate salesman.
I always liked Jobs. I always liked him. I didn't know him. I don't know anything about his personality. And here's the thing. You were talking about Bezos. Politically, I don't care for Bezos, but I admire what he's been able to do with Amazon. In the sense of now, I don't know how people are treated there. I don't know any of the details, whether he's good, bad, or evil with Amazon. Now, I'm sure there's stories across the board, but to be able to build something where we can go on and order something that sometimes it's delivered the same day or in 2 days, and just the global distribution is amazing to me.
Yep.
It's hard to see what you're doing because you have white plastic with the white paper background. It all kind of, well, no, I didn't. You don't have to change anything. It's just kind of bleeds out. Or whatever. And Gordon says, HC, I have worked for every major company out there: Dell, Microsoft, Apple, AMD. AMD, there you go. He says he's far better on a PC. Well, I've always used PCs, but they have their own flaws, right? I mean, there's no perfect system. There is not in the market.
Absolutely. Oh, come on.
Oh man, I can't tell you the pain that I spent years designing my first web application on some of that early Microsoft technology. I don't even know how I did it.
Yeah.
To be honest.
No, my first, like I said, my first introduction to a personal computer was that Fat Mac back in 1987 as a junior in high school. And then I bought my first Mac. I bought in 1985. Why are you being such a dick? And that was a LC 575 Apple, or a Macintosh LC 575.
Was that the chip?
No, that was the
Windows NT. Oh my god, I vaguely remember Windows NT.
Windows NT for the longest time, in my opinion, was probably the best version of Windows ever for the longest time. The worst version of Microsoft Windows by far was Windows ME.
I forgot about that one.
Oh, it was hot garbage. I worked at CompUSA in Oklahoma City when
Windows ME. Oh my god!
Yeah, when Windows ME came out, I was working there at CompUSA in Oklahoma City, and I was at the time supposed to sell all the different computers, Sony, HP, Compaq, etc., and so forth, right? But this is when Apple was first delving into the retail box locations, and they had the Apple Store within a store in CompUSA. Kind of like you've got in Best Buy now. They've got the Apple section. Well, Apple started that with CompUSA back in the day.
Right.
And I would hang out back in the Apple section. None of the other guys would hang out back there. I did, because I knew Apple product very well.
Yeah, take a breath, dude. I can see your jaw tightening as you're trying to put that together.
One side fit in real well, and now it doesn't. And the other side didn't fit in at all. And anyway, but anytime I got pulled over into the realm of the Windows computers, I would only sell Sony. I would only sell Sony Vios because they were they had a higher profit margin for us. And B,
see how greedy you are?
Oh yeah, I know, dude. I am absolutely. I am absolutely.
I'm kidding, Chris. I'm kidding with you, boss.
I'm absolutely a capitalist. Again, my problem is when unfettered capitalism goes.
No, we don't need to go down that path. I was just
yeah, because capitalism was invented in San Antonio.
Well, of course. How else are you going to make money with a river if you don't charge people to walk along next to it?
Exactly. See, you're understanding.
Where's warm up when you need them?
Right.
I'm so glad you got over 1,000. By the way.
Yep.
That was so cool.
Damn. But what I was saying is, they would sell with, they had Windows ME loaded. That's how they came, and I would immediately say, okay, so you don't want this computer with this operating system. It's garbage. It's not good. You want Windows 2000.
I never owned one with ME.
You were lucky. Like I said, Windows ME was hot garbage.
What's funny is I had completely, if you would have asked me different versions of Windows, I would have never said Windows ME because it totally was out of my brain. And I don't remember why I didn't have a machine with it. It's probably like my phone. I don't buy the latest technology. I've never been that guy. Let me rephrase that. I go through cycles where if I'm buying, I'll get the best of what I can afford at the time, but I don't have to then I don't have to have a new car every 2 years. I don't need a new computer every 3 years. Like I said, the laptop I have here, this one's probably 4 years old, and my Surface, it's a Surface 3. I don't, that's probably, I'm going to guess it's at least 10 years old, but.
No, it's not that old.
Windows 3? Aren't they on like Windows 28 or something? Or it's Surface? Excuse me. Well, not Windows, Surface. But anyway, and for no other reason than they last, and I try to make them last. So.
The Windows.
Hi, Tim.
Windows 98 was horrendous. It was better than 95. I'll say that straight up.
Windows was stable for Tim.
Now, after the Windows ME fiasco, Windows Vista and Windows 8 were both hot garbage also.
I think I had Windows 8. I don't remember Vista, but I think I had 8. And then whatever we got today, what is it, 10, 12, whatever.
I think they're up to Windows 12 now.
I think it's 12.
Well,
they're a wholly different company now. They used to be against open source, and now they embrace open source and do a lot. Their development tools are pretty dang amazing. I think the Visual Studio Suite that I develop software in, for me, a few years ago, I was trying to develop software for Apple, and it was just, comparatively speaking, like pulling teeth trying to write in. Now they got Swift. Well, they had Swift a couple of years ago, was a new software tool. But prior to Swift, trying to learn to write code for an Apple was iOS was a pain in the ass. And I'm not stupid, but I struggled with it. But Visual Studio is just, and the .NET is what I make my living off of now. But
so the thing that now I have been an Apple certified technician since 1998. And the thing that bugs me the most as a technician is what Dell did in the marketplace. Now, what Dell did in the marketplace is good and to an extent, but is also bad. Because what they did was make it easy for the consumer to be able to fix their own problem by just calling up and saying, hey, I've got this problem. And okay, we'll step you through the process of fixing it. The problem with that is to fix it, it's, oh, let's erase the hard drive and reload the operating system. And that fixes that treats the symptom. It doesn't fix it doesn't fix the real problem.
Yeah, I'm not following you at all on this.
So
Dell doesn't create the operating system; they just sell them.
No.
So if the problem is with the Microsoft software, Dell can't fix it.
What I'm saying is they don't delve in to see, is it a hardware problem? Is it let's just erase the software and reload it.
Okay, that's never been an experience that I had with Dell. I bought Dells for years. I had a situation where I had a problem, and they literally showed up at my office. Tech walked in the door, looked at my computer, it was a laptop with a bad monitor, took the monitor, said, yeah, it's bad, gave me a brand new computer. I was like, sweet. That was a 5-minute fix to a problem, because he could have replaced it, but he just said, here, we're just going to give you a new laptop. And I already had things backed up because this is my business. And I thought that was wonderful.
You're a business customer. That's why.
Yeah. And I paid for whatever the
right
was.
Okay. The guy who is buying the $350 desktop doesn't get that service. They call up.
Shame on me.
Huh?
Shame on me.
No, I'm not saying shame on you. You're doing it. Let's put it this way. You do it the right way. Because it's a tool that is critical for your livelihood. What Dell did is they brought a product to the consumer, and I'm not saying that that's bad, because that's perfectly good, but
yeah, I get you, Gordon.
But they're not. They don't take the stance of, let's figure out what's causing the problem. Let's just put a Band-Aid over it to get them off the phone. We're going to...
But if at the end of the day it fixes whatever's going on,
but then
why is that bad?
Because the problem is there may be underlying problems with the hardware, and the customer is going to come back with the same problem later. They're putting a Band-Aid over it instead of going in and removing and fixing the problem. So if there's a hardware issue,
I suspect that you're making a very broad statement about a very large company that did things multiple ways, and I suspect you're not doing them justice. I think Dell probably did more than just wipe drives to solve problems.
That is their first go-to.
I don't know. I don't know what their operating procedures were, but now you got Best Buy and you got the Geek service, right? You take your computer in there and they go through.
Garbage. That's hot garbage. The Geek Squad, vast majority of those people don't have any type of certifications whatsoever.
Do you need a certification?
You should.
Why? If you know what you're doing, why do you need to be certified?
Because they're hiring people that don't know what they're doing. That's the problem.
Okay. That's not my question. Was if you know what you're doing, why do you need to be certified?
So
your answer doesn't.
When you're a manager, right? You're a manager. You're looking to hire somebody that knows what they're doing. How do you know they know what you're doing? You have a certification to prove I know.
That's one way.
What's the other way?
Well, you can look at their resume. You could put them through tests. They don't need to be certified.
You don't have time for that at Best Buy.
Okay. If you're going to make a scenario and then throw up all of these gotchas to fit your narrative, I can't have a conversation on it because I'm never going to have the right answer because there's only one in your mind.
So a resume, what I'm saying is
how do you know that the certification is valid? Who does the certification? I mean, if it's a Microsoft certification that says you know certain technology, sure. But you know what's more important? Job experience. Because you've actually maybe done it for 5 years. You just haven't been certified. And you could walk in and you know your way around a computer. Oh my God, I haven't been certified, but I know what the F I'm doing because I can prove it.
Okay. The other thing is, in a lot of cases, companies such as HP or Sony or Dell don't want people working on their product if they don't have a certification.
Okay. Once they sell a computer out the door, they don't care.
Yeah, they do.
Why?
Absolutely, they do.
Why? They sold it. It's going to last. These are disposable items.
Customer experience.
Yeah, but these are disposable items. They have
a
life cycle of 3 or 4 years. They're designed to break.
So you're telling me, and maybe
no, to your point, if they don't want just anybody working on their computer, that's what I'm saying. They don't care who works on them.
See, I have a completely different experience with Apple because Apple cares about the customer experience. That's why they have Apple authorized service providers. That's why you can't just go out and buy.
Because they have a monopoly. They want to control it, so they set that up. Yeah, that makes sense
for a customer experience. I can't tell you how many times I had somebody. How many times somebody brought their iPhone to me and says, "Well, this is a piece of shit." Okay, tell me what's going on. Well, the screen cracked, and I took it to the kiosk there in the middle of the mall, and they replaced the display for $20, and now it's not working right. It's a piece of garbage. I don't know why Apple has that. Okay, first off, you took it to somebody that's not authorized by Apple and probably not using Apple parts to fix an Apple. That's like taking your Ford to a
Yeah.
Chevy guy.
Car's a car's a car. Parts is parts.
No, it's not. No, you cannot tell me that I can take a Chevy starter and put it on a
I
Ford.
didn't say that. It's a starter.
Parts is
Whether
parts
you're a
is not.
Chevy guy or a Ford guy, you go down to Amco and you buy yourself a freaking starter. The guy will sell you 7 different manufacturers and tell you what year it's from. And you can go home and do it yourself, or you could take it to Joe down at the corner who works on all sorts of different kinds of cars.
The point is, though, Apple wants to make sure that you are getting the proper product with somebody that knows what they're doing. Because Joe Krusty there in the mall kiosk, who decided, you know what? I like fiddling with stuff. Let me open this up. Open up this kiosk. Didn't know the first thing about working on.
Yeah, okay, but keep in mind, Apple has a closed environment. They don't want to share any money that's generated from their products with anybody. So they have a closed.
They do.
No, they don't. They want to sell you it. They want you to run it off their system. If they don't like what's on the app on your phone, they can take it off.
So
And they've done that.
So what you're
you
telling
have
me
to be
is,
approved by Apple to develop software to put on their products.
yeah, to make
They also want to make sure the people that are working on the products to get paid, pay them money. So they certify them. So they keep that infrastructure. It's all about money more so than customer experience. Now, I'm sure customers may have a good or bad experience depending on the individuals they work with. Apple probably does great work, and there's probably some bad stories too. But they have a closed environment because it's about money, not about we want to give the best customer service. If they wanted to give the best customer service, then why do you have lines when they have new products that go out the door for 8 blocks? There's where you can change your customer service by producing more product and having it on hand and making it easier to buy. But they don't care. They want to create scarcity. They want people in the lines. They want you to drive by going, shit, I want to get in that line and get that product. That's the experience they want to give you. That's not a great experience, but that makes them money. That's the customer experience that Apple wants. It's not about making you happy.
absolutely
It's about getting your money, which is fine.
Oh no, it's yes, it's about
not
getting
just
money.
Apple. It's all businesses.
But why do you think Apple has a higher retention rate from product to product than any other company in the
because they
world?
lock you in. Because there's no competition on the Apple platform.
Because
you get hooked on using that product. You said, I can't move because all my stuff's tied together. It's not that you're necessarily happy with it.
Oh, I'm absolutely happy with it.
I said it, but that's not a factor in it.
But the point is, and I know a lot of people that were completely tied into the Apple line and switched. I don't want to because I don't like Windows. Absolutely do not like Windows. I don't understand it. Just like you say you never got into understanding Apple or Mac. I don't get Windows. I am a very surface level user when it comes to Windows.
Yeah, we're influenced by kind of our early experiences on products that we use.
Right. What I'm saying though is that people buy Apple over and over and over again because now more so than before it is because they are tied in with I've got an iPhone, I've got a Mac, I've got an iPad, and it's all locked together. And that's probably the smartest thing they've ever done. But what I'm saying is, even before back in the dark days of Apple, the 90s when Microsoft came in and said, "Hey, here's $150 million," and this is the real saving grace to Apple from Microsoft. It wasn't $150 million. Everybody says, "Oh, that's $150 million. That investment saved Apple." No, what saved Apple was Microsoft saying, "We will continue to make Microsoft Office for a minimum of 5 years." That's what saved Apple from Microsoft. So yes, you are correct. Microsoft saved Apple. Absolutely. See, I'm giving back to you because last week you kept on getting told you were wrong.
Hey, it's the world we live in. I am wrong so much. It's not even. I don't even keep track anymore. But I'm sure most of what I said tonight's probably wrong too. So
yeah, whatever. It happens. But it for Steve Jobs, and it may not be that way it is now, but for Steve Jobs, it was about the customer experience. It was, and the reason he was concerned about the customer experience is that so they would come back and buy their stuff to make more money. There was an ulterior motive. It wasn't out of the goodness of his own heart, because there was no goodness in his heart.
I think you can be do things for profit and also have good intentions.
Oh, absolutely. No, I'm not saying that they're mutually exclusive. What I'm saying is Steve Jobs was concerned about the customer experience. That's why he was such a perfectionist. That's why he drove everybody fucking nuts. Like, this doesn't feel right. And unfortunately, I will have to admit, Apple has declined in a lot of what they have done in the last 10 years since Steve Jobs passed away, because Steve Jobs would test every single hardware product before it went into production. He would use it on a daily basis. And if it didn't feel right to him... I don't know
if that's even practical today, though.
When you had as small of a product line as Apple did at the time...
at the time, it makes sense. I'm just saying, in defense of Apple today, or any company today, especially when you're that size and you have so many different products, I don't know how you could have that level of the CEO. And I'm sure, was it Tim Cook?
It's Tim Cook now.
I'm sure he uses and it doesn't matter if he doesn't use Apple products. I'm sure he does. I mean,
oh yeah,
right? But I wouldn't think any less of him if all of a sudden he pulled out a Microsoft phone.
No,
because he could be just seeing what the competition's doing. Who knows?
Here's an interesting tidbit. So Apple has their own word processor, spreadsheet, email client, presentation software, all of that, right? The only product that is used at the corporate level that is that's Apple made is their presentation software. Everything else, Word, Excel, Outlook.
Oh, Gordon, Tim is cool as heck. Well, he avoided the question of suppressing the Chinese rebellion and helping the Chinese government do it. He kept his mouth shut on that. So I don't know how cool that is, but yeah, maybe as an individual he might be cool, but
right. No, I did have an interaction with Steve Jobs when I worked for Apple. I was standing in line at Cafe Max. It's the on-campus cafeteria, and they've got it's food court style. So you got the grill where you can get a burger or a whatever. You got a sushi. You got a pasta bar. You got a pizza bar, etc. So I'm standing in line. So I'm standing there in line at the pasta line. Nobody was in line for sushi. But So I'm standing there.
Well, the cook hadn't showed up yet.
No, Tim was already there. He was working there at the time. Anyway, but I see this bento box plopped up on the shelf right next to me, by one of the guys. I'm like, nobody's around. All of a sudden, Steve Jobs in his blue jeans and black turtleneck with his 17-inch MacBook Pro pops in, grabs a bento box, and as he does this and turns like this. And I'm standing here with my tray. He turns like this. I have to go like this so he doesn't run into me. And he looks up like, "Oh, excuse me." He's like, No, Mr. Jobs, excuse me. Have a good day, sir. That was my contact. Nice. That was my contact with Steve Jobs, because at that point in time, and I don't know the veracity of the anecdote, but it is said that after Steve Jobs came back to Apple and became the CEO, after he dropped the I CEO, meaning interim, and he said, "Yes, I'll come back as a full-time CEO." He got into the elevator at One Infinite Loop, Cupertino headquarters, to go up to his office on the 4th floor. There was a guy in the elevator with him, and Steve Jobs says, "What have you done this week to make me money?" Dude did not have the answer Steve Jobs was looking for. And by that afternoon, he was out the door. I don't know the veracity. I don't know how accurate that is.
That smells fishy.
It does, but also it might not have been that fast, but I could absolutely see where it's coming from, because Steve Jobs was, when it came to business, he was ruthless. Absolutely ruthless.
Well, most of the super successful businessmen have to be. It's the nature of, I mean, think about, okay, let's go with Bezos, with Amazon. You think about what they've had to do to get to where they are. You look at Microsoft, all the companies that it's technology that it's bought, or Apple. I mean, they all do things, and there's probably some, evil stories about all of them to some degree, but that's kind of the nature of it. And I mean, I've been in business. I've seen what people do for small amounts of money, and some of it isn't things you'd want to see. But in my own personal experience with my brother-in-law, what he did to me for relatively, speaking, peanuts in the business world. So, but then there's two sides to every story, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So, I am not the type of guy. I'm not the guy that says, "Oh, you should never use Windows." Blah blah blah. Apple's the best. No.
No, I got off that train decades ago.
Use the tool that is going to do what you need it to do when you need to do it.
Yep.
For me, I have not found that I need something other than.
Well, that 22-hour Excel thing, if you had a Windows machine, it would have only taken you 2 hours. It's just so.
Well, I'd also have to know how to use Access and that shit. I don't know it.
Yeah, I'm messing with you.
No, but I agree.
No. That has nothing to do with nothing.
No, but what I'm saying is, if I had a database, and I looked, but all the database software that I could find was going to cost a crap ton of money.
Yeah, no.
And for a one-off thing, I'm not going to spend a crap ton of money and to me, a crap ton of money is $50.
I was just reading what Tim said. He saw fire dude on elevator for calling him Mike on Monday morning.
No, oh yeah. Michael Dell is not a nice guy. Like I said, I'm not saying Steve Jobs was a nice guy either. He wasn't.
I don't know.
So
again, I don't know.
it's interesting that how that you've got, and I've also met Steve Wozniak, the Woz, and he is truly one of the nicest people you'll ever meet.
I was going to say that I don't know much about him, but the interactions I've seen with him, he just seems like he couldn't be bothered with all the business side of things.
No,
and that may be an inaccurate of how he is, because I don't know him that much or know much about him.
With Wozniak, he was all about hardware, producing, making good product. Steve Jobs was, and I can't remember which company it was. I can't remember if it was Atari or if it was HP or which one it was.
Mm-hmm.
But he was asked to, I think it was Atari, was asked to make a breakout game for maybe the Atari 2600. I think maybe I don't know. Well, he was buddies with Wozniak at the time.
Excuse me.
And he went, and Jobs was always he was always good at being the front man. He was always good at being the salesman, the huckster, right?
Oh, he has the look too. He's a good-looking guy.
Yeah. And he went to Wozniak and said, "Hey, man, I will give you half of what Atari is going to give me if you will help me create this breakout game." I said, "Okay, well, whatever. Let's get it done." So they get it done well ahead of schedule. They turn it over to Atari. Atari is so impressed with what they got, they gave Jobs a bonus. Well, what went unbeknownst at the time is that Jobs only offered a quarter of what he was getting paid, and didn't even tell him about the bonus.
Mm-hmm.
It was only years later that they found out about it, and Wozniak said it wasn't about the money. I would have done it for free. It's that he
did what he did.
He wasn't forthright about it.
Yeah.
And he said, and you know what? That is what it is. It's in the past. I'm not going to hold a grudge. We're still making great products. For Wozniak, it was all about getting product to the customer.
Yeah, well, different people, obviously, Captain Obvious here, are wired different, right?
Oh, yeah.
Different motivations. And one of the things that help, I think helps in that is when you already have a shitload of money and you can have that attitude. You can afford to have that attitude.
But see, the thing is they didn't have a shitload of money at the time.
Relatively speaking, I'm sure they...
No, in 1976?
No, oh, well, no, okay, 76. No, I thought you were talking later on.
No. This was...
You said they were building products. I thought you were talking longer in their history.
No. When he figured it out. When he found out.
Oh, got it.
It was years later.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So, no, this was when they were first starting. Another interesting bit, the Apple One sold for $666.66.
Okay.
People are, well, why $666? Like, does that mean something? And it's like, no, it's just a X number of, it's an X percent above cost.
Yeah, that's just what the number came out to be.
It just came out to be. Yeah. Well, why didn't you change it? Didn't need to. 666 is of no significance to me. So
yeah,
it's
numerologists are into numbers. Yeah, that means something to them. Sure.
yeah. Well, and also 666, number of the beast, and all that.
That's what I said. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah. Now I've since 1985 have always and only, well, I did buy a Windows computer for a brief period of time when I thought I was going to be doing a job that required me to buy the computer, and then it fell through, so I returned it.
Okay.
So,
well, I'm not against Apple product. I just never owned their computers, but I've had an iPad. I had a phone. What was the little music player?
iPod.
iPod. I think I had an iPod at one point. I did have a Palm, one of the first with a green translate. It was given to me by a company I worked for. Went out and bought everybody those. And then one year with my business for Christmas, because I always gave people cash bonuses. I think that's the best gift you can give employees is cash.
Oh yeah.
I'm simple like that. But I bought everybody iPads. And then I told them we were going to have I took them all to, I think it was lunch or dinner. Anyway, I had them all at a restaurant. And I told them that I gave them all raffle tickets. And I said I had an iPad that I was going to raffle off. Now, I didn't tell them that everybody was getting one.
Right.
And so we go through this whole thing. They get their little raffle tickets, and I pull one out, and I said, and the winner is so-and-so. And the girl jumps up, yeah, because they each had their bags, right? And so I said, oh, this is the winner's bag. I said, don't open the bag. And then I handed all the other bags out. Well, inside the bags were iPads for everybody.
Right.
And so the girl who had won opened hers, was like, oh my God, I won. And everybody else was like, yeah, we all got one. And I was like, yeah, we had a good year. Thanks, blah, blah, blah. But oh my God, so funny.
No, my meeting with Steve Jobs was, we were out at for our annual sales meetings at headquarters.
Mm-hmm.
What I did was after I worked at CompUSA, or during the time I was working at CompUSA, our Apple rep was, and I think it was in this order: arrested, fired, convicted. He was
in that order.
In that order.
Arrested could lead to being fired.
This was back when Apple Care was a physical thing that you bought. It was a physical box. And what he was doing was taking the physical boxes out of the software lockup, putting them in his briefcase and walking out the door and selling them at a cheaper price on eBay. This is back in 2001. And because inside was the certificate number. And all you needed was that number to...
Yeah, and nobody knows how you got the number. They just assumed that you...
Apple doesn't care. Apple doesn't care because they had already sold that box.
Yeah, and there's no way for them to track, even if they did, even if they cared.
There was a way to track it because they could figure out by that number was to the serial number of the box, which they knew they sold to so and so. And that was how they figured out.
One of the ways they caught him.
Yeah. But literally he walked out of the store with about $40,000 worth of Apple Care.
Yeah.
And Apple Care sold from anywhere from $250 to $350 per box.
Yeah.
So
I could tell you stories about the industry I'm in with people embezzling money. I won't get into it because I still work in the industry,
yeah,
and
but
it happens on occasion. It's sad.
yeah, it is. They arrested him, fired him. He did get convicted. So the Apple position was open. So
Okay.
I sent in the application thinking, oh, I've got this. The district manager knows me. He knows that I'm selling Apple products. He knows, uh, you know, he knows all that.
Uh-huh.
I'm a shoe-in. He knows that I want to work for Apple. And in walks this kid. Let's see, I'm 31 at the time.
Okay.
Here comes this kid who is 22, 23, bopping in. I'm your new Apple rep. The fuck? Bob, what in the hell? It's like, I never saw your application. Dude, here is my email. I show him, I go to a computer, pull up my Apple email, because I have an apple.com, mac.com email address. Here's my email. Like, that never got forwarded to me.
Oh.
Right. Well, and I became good friends with Ben. Ben was a great guy. I taught him a lot because he was
still.
Well, about 3-4 months later, I get a call from Bob, or he comes into the store because he, about once every 2 months or so, he comes into the store and says, "What do you think about Austin, Texas?" I said, "What do you mean? What do I think about Austin, Texas? It's fucking wonderful. It's I was born there. I grew up in San Antonio. It's home, dude. I want to be there." He says, "Well, I've got a position opening there in about 6 weeks. But I need somebody in Dallas next week." I said, "Okay. I make minimum wage at CompUSA plus commission. I don't have any way, and I only have one car. I have no way of supporting myself, even with the pay increase that you're going to give me, of supporting myself in Dallas. So don't worry about it. We'll put you into a long-term hotel, and we'll get you a car rented."
Wow.
Oh, okay. I turn in my 1 week notice at CompUSA, say, "Peace out, bitches." Thanks for the minimum wage, dicks. And packed up my shit and told the wife, "Okay, we're going to be separated for a little while. I'm going to be in Dallas, and then I'm going to be in Austin, and then when I'm in Austin, I'll find a place, and or when I find a place, we'll move you down here." And that's how I got to work at Apple. I started at the CompUSA South store. Worked there for about a year, then got moved to the North store, and that's where I met Gordon. Gordon was a computer tech there at CompUSA.
Okay.
And yeah. Then I got fired from Apple because I wasn't selling Apple Care enough. And it was like, I don't know how that's possible because
started to rain again.
Oh, okay.
Coming down.
I don't know how that's possible because when they're in the Apple store, in the Apple area, I get them on the computer, and about 45% of the time I get them sold on the idea of buying Apple Care. I hand it off to the sales guy, say, they're buying the 12-inch PowerBook, G4 PowerBook. They're getting this HP printer. I got them with the extra cartridges, the backup cartridges, and they're getting AppleCare. Here it is. Boop. Go on up. From where the Apple location was to the checkout stand, the assistant sales manager would swoop in and get the sales guy to convince them to buy CompUSA's aftermarket service contract, which didn't work on Apple at all. But instead of a 45% profit on AppleCare, he made a 55% profit on theirs. So for 10%, he screwed the customer.
Yeah.
And I knew nothing about it.
And people like that don't care.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, it's coming down. I don't know. Can you hear it?
No.
It's coming down hard.
Yeah. But yeah.
It's one of those, I walk outside, I'm instantly drenched.
Yeah, right. Oh, I would do that in Texas, but it was just because it was hot and humid.
No, I mean, it's coming down. Wow.
Yeah. But yeah, I was
out driving right now.
Yeah, I got screwed.
Yeah.
Got screwed hard.
I never worked in that type of environment.
I hate retail. I absolutely despise. Now I can sell. I could sell fucking.
I worked in fast food, if you want to call that retail, but outside of that, I've never worked in retail.
I can sell ice to fucking Eskimos, dude.
I bet you can.
I don't like it because I love the interaction with the customer. I love finding out what their needs are and pairing them with the perfect product. I don't like the corporate side of things. I don't like the, oh, well, you've got to sell this and you've got to sell that. Dude, I'm not going to sell them something they don't need or want.
Yeah, I'm like that in business with what I do. I look at people's problems. I know that there's certain things that I can't help them with, and so I don't even try. I mean, unless I can point them in the right direction, but I don't try to sell them what I do because that'll just, especially in my industry, it's all about relationships, and you don't want to sell something to somebody or not deliver on something you say you can do because it's going to turn around and bite you in the ass. So you don't want to go for a quick buck.
Right. Exactly.
So I've never understood that mentality. I mean, let me rephrase that. I understand it. I just don't understand why people do it.
Right.
I guess I do, and I just don't agree with it. That's probably more
because
you want the quick buck. You have no vision.
It's the short-term goals. Yeah. A perfect example. I was working at the CompUSA South store.
Time out real quick. We're at 2.5 hours. This is going to turn into another 5-hour Saturday night stream, my friend, which I'm okay with.
Whatever, man. We got 4 people watching. Whatever. Real quickly,
get them online with us.
Gordon says, yeah, Troy would say everyone that walks in the door is worth $3,000. Make sure you get it.
Oh,
Total
wow.
dick. Yeah. Oh yeah. That was the assistant sales manager. He was a fat fucking boss-eyed dick.
What's boss-eyed?
He wasn't cross-eyed. He had a fucking lazy eye. He could look around the corner.
Oh, I have a lazy eye. One of them. But it's more lazy as it like it wants to close, not that it wanders.
This dude could look around corners and look. Yeah. Yeah, he was. Oh, what a complete. Oh, and he would. I won't go into him, but a perfect example is I was working at the South store, the Austin South store, and this one guy came in and said, I'd come in before and bought. I guess you were gone because I didn't work Wednesdays and Thursdays. I had to be there over the weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. I had to be in the store. The guy came in and said, I came in, I talked to the guy, and he sold me this 12-inch power book, and it's not doing what I need it to do.
Mm-hmm.
I said, okay, well, let's. I understand you want to sell or not sell. I understand you want to return the computer, and that's fine. You're within the time frame. You know, we'll get you taken care of. But do you have some time that I can, let's see what is going to be the perfect fit for you? I said, yeah, absolutely, because I still want to do this.
Right.
And what it is he was wanting. This is when Apple had brought out a GarageBand.
Okay.
Which is a software pack. For those that don't know, it's a software package on the Mac for free that allows you to make your own music. You can either use their loops, like I did for my intro music. I created that on GarageBand, or you can plug in.
How grunge of you.
Yeah. Or you can plug in your instruments and record. At that time, I think it was 4 tracks, maybe 8 tracks of different. You could plug a microphone in and do your vocal track. You could plug in an electric guitar, or if you had an acoustic guitar with an electric.
Which at the time is a big deal, as I remember, because if you wanted to get any professional equipment, it was expensive. And here you could get this free software on your Mac for a relatively small amount compared to that.
Right, exactly.
Whether you're a hobbyist, maybe even good enough for professionals. I don't know. You could speak to that, but I could see where, again, software sells the hardware.
Yeah, exactly. So, and I'll give you the reveal here in a second. So, I talked to him about it. He said, "This is what I'm wanting to do." And I said, "Okay, so why is the PowerBook not doing what you're wanting it to do? It's got."
It was Eric Clapton, wasn't it? It was Eric Clapton.
No, it wasn't Eric Clapton. No, it wasn't. He said, "Well, but it's taking too long to make things happen. Yet it's recording great, but when I start to do the mix and lining stuff up, it just sits and spins while it's thinking." Okay. And this is the one thing that most people have a hard time doing, and that is thinking or selling with their wallet and not the customer's wallet. So, in a lot of time, and what it turns out, and I went and talked to the salesperson that had originally sold the computer after the fact. He said, "Well, he didn't seem like he had, a lot of money, so I was doing it on a budget for him." It's like, you can't sell with your wallet. You have to sell with their wallet.
Okay, that makes sense.
And so what you have to do is, as part of the discussion, you have to bring up, what's your budget? What are you looking at? You say, and you have to be, you can't just go, "Oh, so how much are you looking to spend today?" You can't be like that. But during your discussion, you build a rapport, and then you can say, "Okay, so, you spent this much, and you like what you've seen, what ultimately do you want to see?" It's like, "Well, I'm looking for this, and this, and it's for my home studio, so I can think of, I'm looking to spend within reason as much as it needs to be spent to make this happen for my home studio."
It was Bob Seger.
No, Bob Seger's from Detroit.
Oh.
I said, "Okay, I'm going to shoot you. I'm going to shoot you.
Texas?
The best."
George Strait. It was George Strait.
I wish it was George Strait.
Am I annoying you?
No, not yet.
Oh, not yet. I'll keep going.
I said, I'm going to shoot you a high, the top line. This will be exactly what you want. Do everything that you're asking for with no problems.
Mm-hmm.
And then I will give you a kind of a mid-level if it's more than what you want to spend.
Okay.
So I shot him a G5 tower with upgraded RAM, bigger hard drive, the 30-inch display, high-end color inkjet printer.
Oh, that always helps with
Apple,
music.
Well, to be able to print
out your
out
music. Yeah.
to print out his CD covers.
There you go.
Burnable CDs.
It was Tupac. It was Tupac.
No, New York.
No. No. Tupac is California.
Oh, he is California. I don't know rap.
California Dreamin'. West Coast, right?
California Dreamin' by the Mamas and the Papas.
Am I throwing it up right? Yeah,
I don't know.
West Coast.
What's that?
No, he was the West Coast guy.
Okay. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway. So he said, and it was like a total package with the Apple Care and everything. It was like $6,000, right? Mm-hmm. The package that he had purchased before was like $1,800-$1,900.
Okay.
He said, "Do you have everything in stock right now that I can take home with me?" I said, "Yes. Let's do it."
Nice.
The guy's name is Brian Hofelt. He was the lead guitar player and one of the lead singers of the band The Derailers, which is a well-known Texas country band.
Okay.
And I didn't know who he was. I listened to his music.
I had good guesses. I was close.
Yeah.
I said George Strait.
Yeah.
That's country.
I mean, he's friends with George Strait. They've played together.
I wasn't far off.
No. So he gets it home. He calls me up. He calls up to the store and asks for me. And so I pick up the phone like, "Yeah, this is Brian Hofelt. You told me that. Oh, the other thing is, he didn't return the MacBook or the PowerBook. He kept it. He says,
to do other stuff.
I'm always traveling to Nashville and being able to just lay down, maybe a quick guitar track or a quick vocal track when I'm in the hotel room. This is perfect." So not only did he ultimately not return the original purchase that he was going to, but because I took the time and effort to find out what he needed, he realized that this was going to be valuable to him already. And because I took the time and effort to find out what he needed, he was going to go ahead and not hurt my business.
Right. No, that's a great story.
And so he calls back and says, hey, Chris, I don't want to bother you, and it may be out of what you're allowed to do, but I don't know who to turn to. I'm having problems, and I'm thinking, oh shit, something's gone on. Something's happened with his G5. What he's gonna want to have something else. Like, everything's working great, except the printer isn't printing like it's supposed to.
Okay.
Could you come out and take a look at it?
He was seducing you. Okay.
All right. When's a good time? And it's like, well, cat. He's like,
that was funny.
He said, well, tomorrow afternoon would be perfect. Could you come out tomorrow afternoon? Well, tomorrow afternoon happened to be a Wednesday. So yeah, I'm off. I can come out and get you taken care of. So I drive out to his house. He lived in San Marcos, which is about 45-minute drive from where my store was,
Mhm.
about a 15-minute drive from the house. Nothing for people in Texas, right? Drive down there, get to his house, knock on it. His wife answers and said, "Yeah, come on back. Brian's out here at the studio. Just can't get it to print." So I go through all the steps. I get it fixed. And he said, "Man, that it took me like 20 minutes to figure it out." It's like, "Man, that's great. Thanks so much." I had called this other place here locally, and they wanted, you know, $65 just to come out, and then it was going to cost X number of dollars per hour. I thought of you because you work for Apple. I was like, "Oh, don't worry about it." I said, "Here, for your time, your effort, and your trouble, here's $100."
Wow.
I said, "There's no need. Like, I was happy to come out and take care of you." I said, "No, man. Here's $100. We're going to be at the Broken Spoke, which is a local Austin, uh, well known in Texas. The
Yeah.
Broken Spoke. We're going to be at the Broken Spoke this weekend. Um, I'm going to have you. Your name's on the list.
There you go.
Just come on down. Bring as many people as you want with you.
Wow.
Just call it Cat."
No. I got.
And then he said, "One more thing. My old computer we gave to our son, and it's not making noise. It's not making sounds. Can you figure that out?" Yeah, absolutely. So I go on back then old Macs. Uh, Prior to Steve Jobs coming back, Macs from the '90s were known as Platinum Macs because of the color of their box. That
Mhm.
was that beige is
Okay.
actually for Macs is called Platinum
Okay.
because it wasn't actually beige; it was a silvery beige. Anyway, so here's this old Platinum Mac with speakers and a Trinitron display, and again, it takes me about 5-10 minutes to get it figured out. And it's like, well, if this happens again, this is what you need to look for and show them. It's like,
Mhm.
oh man, you even you did you didn't have to show me how to fix this. Like,
Right.
well, why not? You're this is going to happen again. It will. Your son is
Did
going
you
to
tell
go
him
in.
the reason is because I don't want to come back out here because I can't stand your music?
No, I love his music, man.
I'm
I love
kidding.
it.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
He even gave me a copy of one of the songs that he had been working on.
Oh wow,
Um,
that's
I,
a
I
great
don't
story, dude.
I don't know if he ever ultimately recorded it or not, but it was a pretty good song. I still have it to this day on my playlist. Um, yeah, working in Austin, I sold a lot of product to some very well known Texas artists.
I bet.
Um, Joe Ely, big country name. I must have sold at least a dozen iPods to him for different reasons.
Right.
Um, Ray Benson, who is the lead singer for Asleep at the Wheel, he came in and bought a hard drive from me. Um, one of Robert Earl Keen's band members came in, and he was frantic. He said, "We're in the middle of recording right now. The primary hard drive just crashed. Um, all the data is backed up. We got it backed up, but the main computer's hard drive has crashed.
Mm-hmm.
We need new hard drives, like now." Um, sold him new hard drives, and so I feel I am very much a reason that one of his biggest albums even got produced.
Hey, take the credit.
Absolutely. Hey, I saved farm fresh onions.
There you go. The
That's
only
all.
real brush with music legends. Okay, I use the term loosely when I say legends. I was in Reno at a buffet, and right in front of me in line was Eddie Money.
Nice. Did he have 2 tickets to paradise?
I didn't bother him because I'm there's very, very few celebrities that I get starstruck over. The
Right.
only one was Willie McCovey.
Who?
And there was a restaurant in, you know who. There's a restaurant in Walnut Creek called McCovey's. And I was sitting in there and he walked in and I was like 12. I'm like, oh my God, that's fucking Willie McCovey.
So, for those of us that are uneducated, who's William McCovey?
Stretch. He is arguably the first San Francisco Giant legend because now Willie Mays, say hey kid, but he was at New York. But the first real Giants hero, and I'm not even maybe in Cepeda, but I saw his last at bat at Candlestick Park, a doubleheader. He came on as pinch hitter, hit a double with Rennie Stinnett on first base, who scored, and we beat the hated Dodgers. That was his last official at bat. And so here I am at this place called McCovey's, and this is long after he had retired, long. And I was there on a business lunch, and he walked right by me and sat down like 2 tables, kind of in the back. And I was like, but that's the only guy I've ever done that to.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, he's a legend. Hall of
First
Fame.
baseman. First baseman.
That's why he's called Stretch. Big guy, too.
Last game was July 6th, 1980 for the Giants.
Yeah.
First game was in July 30th, 1959 with the Giants.
Yeah. San Francisco Giants.
Yeah.
Like I said, a lot of the Giants came over were from New York, and he was one. Right. I don't want to say the first, but he was one of the first big name pure San Francisco Giants. Right. Not that matters in anything in the long run, but.
So he stayed on the West Coast the entire time. He was Giants.
He played in San Diego for a while.
74 to 76 with the Padres, 76 with the Athletics, and then 77 to 80 with the Giants. He had a long ass career. He had 21 years.
Yeah. He was good.
6-time All-Star. MVP in 69, Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, that's why when you said you didn't know who it was, I thought you were kidding, but okay.
No, I don't follow baseball.
I don't anymore, but
there's one baseball player. Well, I know quite a few. I don't know anything about them other than that they played for the Royals because I lived there for so long. And then
George Brett.
Yep, George Brett, Hal McRae. What's his name? Dan Quisenberry.
Oh yeah.
But the only other baseball player that I really, really know of is Nolan Ryan.
Did I tell you my Nolan Ryan story?
No.
I never met him. But I used to go to games at Candlestick back in the day, and they used to give you a little button they called the Croix de Candlestick, and it was a medal. It was supposed to be a medal, and it had the San Francisco logo with ice all over it. And if you went to a home game that went extra innings and you stayed, they gave you these buttons on your way out. And they were like a badge of honor because you'd be sitting there. It would be super cold. Fog would be rolling over the top of the stadium.
Yeah.
So Houston, he was with Houston at the time when they were in the National League before they went to the American League and whatever league they're in now. I don't know.
Yeah.
But this was back when they were in the National League West. And he had to be in his prime. And it was a Monday night. It was when they had come to town, and they played on the weekend, or they just came to town to play Monday, Tuesday, whatever. Maybe it's a Tuesday night game. It was early in the week, and so the place wasn't packed. Of course, back then the Giants sucked, so a lot of times you could almost sit where you wanted. But I was sitting second deck, not quite upper deck, and it was a brisk night. It was kind of cold, and keep in mind, the ballpark sits right on the bay.
Right.
And Northern California is much colder than Southern Cal. Again, it's 100 miles east. It's a little higher up.
Right.
Not quite sunny California like you think of up in the Bay Area.
Oh, yeah.
And Nolan Ryan is down warming up pregame. So he's out. They didn't have bullpens where you couldn't see him. He's sitting there along first base side, down the line.
Yeah.
And the catcher's sitting there, and you could hear every pitch.
Thwack.
Echoing throughout the stadium. Whack, whack. And I'm like, I get that. Whoever's warming him up, he's probably doing this because that man was serious.
Oh, yeah.
And he threw hard. And you could just hear that leather smack all throughout the stadium. And you're just sitting there going, you can't argue how good that man was. Jeez.
You with Nolan Ryan, and what gets me is I guess one of the new, I don't want to say new, but one of the baseball statistics that people throw around to say whether someone was any good or not is the WAR, or the WAR. Wins after replacement, I think is what it stands for.
Okay.
And what that means is how many wins more do you get with this player compared if you didn't have this player?
Okay. I was reading what Gordon had put about knowing Paul Allen.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So the higher the WAR, the better, obviously, the player is. And Nolan Ryan's got a low WAR. That doesn't, to me, though, that doesn't change the fact that he changed the face of a baseball game. Where the problem was for him with so many years of playing is he played for teams that did not produce offense. So he never had support. So he wasn't winning games when he was pitching because there weren't any bats behind it.
There's so many stats in baseball that people try to make into being something. I can only tell you and I saw him pitch, I think, twice in person, and he was one of the most intimidating pitchers. Now, Dave Stewart for Oakland, as much as I don't like Oakland, he was of that ilk as well.
Yeah.
He was just an intimidator on the mound. Vita Blue was another. I got a great story about Vita Blue hitting on my friend's wife.
Nice.
My daughter dated a kid that knew Vita Blue, so my daughter got to know him a little bit. But yeah.
But the thing with
the old lady showed up.
The thing, Cat. The thing with Ryan was he could fling the rock 100 plus miles an hour, well into his 40s.
Oh yeah,
he was still pitching heat when he retired.
She saw an empty aluminum can on my table and she just whacked it off.
Yep.
And she's proud of herself.
Of course she is.
I don't know what the protest is about. Now she's just sitting in my lap like, okay.
Yep.
No, he was very impressive.
You know,
Bob Gibson was like that too.
Yeah. Now, the only thing I can say is in defense of me thinking that he's the greatest pitcher ever is 7 no hitters, 5,000 plus strikeouts.
See, this falls into that category for me, and I don't get into greatest because different times, different
Oh yeah,
strike
absolutely.
zones, different way the game is played. But you can't argue that. And so I have this line that you are great, and once you get into that room of greatness, I don't separate those people. They're
Right.
all at that level, and he is definitely at that level.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was amazing.
So this is, and you're probably never going to have this happen again. You've got Nolan Ryan um, at 5,714 strikeouts. The next person in line is Randy Johnson at 4,875.
Oh, he was a beast. He used to pitch for the Giants for a while. Now he went to school in I think Livermore. He's a local kid to the Bay Area,
Who?
Randy Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
But he's a beast too.
Jay was asking, my brother Jay is on. I said, Bird of Prey. Here it is, buddy.
Well, you got to remember that when those guys played, starting pitchers were expected to go and finish games more often than
Oh,
not.
yeah. That, and they were like on a 3-day rotation, not a 5-day rotation.
Yeah. And so it's a different,
Oh, yeah.
different
Absolutely.
era. And so nowadays, you got somebody like Kershaw for the Dodgers who has been dominant for a long time. But they're managed, right? They got pitch counts. There's all sorts of stuff. And I haven't been following baseball for years, but that's why you can't really compare the different eras. It's just not the same.
Yeah.
It's like, one of the people don't realize this, and I might get this wrong, but as I understand it, the last time anybody hit over 400 was just before they put webbing in gloves and the outfielders. So before they would have no webbing.
Yeah.
And now you've got the webbing and you can make diving catches and pull balls from over the fence and all. And I'm not saying that makes it that much easier. That's still amazing what these athletes do. But that's what George Brett, 390 that one year?
I think so, yeah.
That is just amazing. It hit, he didn't hit 400, but it's again, different era. So
let's see here.
Oh, I can't stand NASCAR nowadays. I try watching it, and it's like they run half a race, and then they stop and reshuffle and start, and you get points for.
Yeah, I don't.
I grew up watching the old stuff.
Yeah, you go for 250 foot lap.
You didn't have the playoffs. You didn't have any of that. If you won it, you won it.
Right. Yep.
But I'm sure it's an exciting sport now. I grew up watching a different sport, and so I'm just.
I like watching F1.
Old man.
I like watching F1.
The problem I have with F1, I love the cars. I love the tracks that they go to. I love the technology, but I don't like watching a sport where there's only three contenders. I'd like there to be more competition. And
that's what I'm hoping.
And it's truly it is the epitome of pay to win.
Yes, I totally agree. I absolutely agree.
Then that doesn't detract from the enjoyment of watching the sport, but right. It's not my favorite.
I would like to see. Well, and that's what
Vegas,
I like
baby.
So much. 70s and 80s. 70s, 80s NASCAR and 70s and 80s F1.
Yeah.
The problem with F1 now is that they are so dialed in that you don't have breakdowns as much.
Well, now they got rid of refueling, right?
Yeah,
And you got
for safety
1.2
reasons.
second pit stops, right? They pull in, pop up, plunk, and go.
Yeah, because
Which
you're
is
just
freaking amazing. But
oh yeah, it is crazy.
now that's customer service. I don't get
Yeah,
that down at the
exactly.
local gas station.
No, not at
Have
all.
my blue chip stamps and get my
Yeah,
windows washed. Remember those
right,
days?
right, yeah. Um, so yeah, I like it. Now racing I really like is rally racing.
I enjoy watching rally racing. Yes.
Yep.
That is like when you listen to those co-pilots. Have you
Mm-hmm.
ever played some of the rally PC games?
No.
Old Lady Plays does, and she's actually pretty good. If you ever catch her channel, she's got some of her. There's two big rally games. I forget which one she plays. But me, I hit the dirt, hit a tree, and next thing you know, my engine's 3 yards behind me, and I can't go.
Right.
I mean, I'm horrible
Right.
at those things.
Or you hit the gears wrong and you now got 500 pounds of undifferentiated glitter for a transmission.
Yeah. Yeah, I suck at those. As much as I want to get good, I know every rock on every turn there is. And me and the guardrail have a really tight relationship.
Oh yeah.
I
Yep.
am a guardrail rider.
But yeah, it's talking about being starstruck.
Rally is Tim.
What's that?
Oh, Tim says rally is fun as hell. It really
Oh
is.
yeah. Being starstruck several times. Well, both Joe Ely and Benson came in and asked for me specifically.
Oh,
They said, um, I was told to ask for you because you're not gonna freak out about who I am. Like, all right.
You should have said, let me correct you. You're not going to see me freak out.
Oh yeah, exactly. Like, because as soon as the sale was done and they walked out the door, I would call my dad. Dad, you'll never guess who just walked in and bought this from me.
Exactly. Yeah, watching people as they now. You want to talk about crazy?
Oh yeah, that is NVTS nuts.
Okay, the craziest motorsport event that I know of is the motorcycles at the Isle of Man.
Oh God, yes.
That is like beyond.
Mm-hmm.
I can't. You have to watch it. I'm not. I can't even overhype it. It's so crazy.
Right.
Oh.
So I'm looking at, and I think this is the last player to bat a 400 in a season was Ted Williams.
Yeah.
But for a career, Ty Cobb has the highest batting average of 366.2.
Yeah, but again, and not to take anything away from Ty Cobb, but it was a different time.
Yeah, no, exactly. The point is, I'm looking and I don't recognize I don't recognize most of the top 10. Ty Cobb, I know.
Okay.
I've heard of Rogers Hornsby. I know Shoeless Joe Jackson. And I know Ted Williams.
Who else is on there?
Your top 10 are Ty Cobb, Oscar Charleston.
Okay, don't know.
Roger Hornsby, Shoeless Joe Jackson, Judd Wilson.
No.
Lefty O'Doul.
I've heard of
Turkey
him.
Stearns.
No.
Ed Delahanty.
No.
Tris Speaker. And tied at 10th is Billy Hamilton.
No. Yeah, same here. And they probably all played in the 1920s and 30s or prior.
Yeah, so William Robert Hamilton nicknamed Slidin' Billy, was an American professional baseball player in Major League Baseball during the 19th century. He played for the Kansas City Cowboys, Philadelphia Phillies, and the Boston Bean Eaters between 1888 and 1901.
Boston Bean Eaters.
Hey, Reese, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Reese. Hi.
Let's see. Oscar Charleston, American center fielder and manager in Negro League Baseball over his 43-year baseball career.
Wow.
Charleston played or managed with more than a dozen teams, including the Homestead Grays and the Pittsburgh Crawfords.
I've heard of the Grays and the Crawfords.
Roger Hornsby played for 23 years. Cardinals, New York Giants, Boston Braves, Chicago Cubs, all in the early 20s and 30s.
And then didn't he go on and was a frontman for a band for a while, right?
No, it's Bruce Hornsby.
Oh, not the same?
Just the way it is. Some things will never change. Love me some Bruce Hornsby, dude.
Not the same guy?
No. Judd Wilson, nicknamed Boojum, Boojum, B-O-O-J-U-M, Boojum. That's not racist at all. Was an American third baseman, first baseman, and manager in Negro League Baseball. He played for the Baltimore Black Sox, the Homestead Grays, and the Philadelphia Stars between 1922 and 1945. Lefty O'Doul, American League Major League Baseball player who went on to become an extraordinarily successful manager in the minor
Apparently
leagues.
he was non-alcoholic, from what I understand.
Chris. And he's vital.
Chris.
What?
O'Doul's is in a non-alcoholic beer.
Oh, there you go. Yes. Thank you. Well, at least,
My jokes have to come with an instruction manual.
Wow. I wasn't even listening.
I know you weren't. That's why I stopped you.
Yeah. Vital figure in the establishment of professional baseball in Japan. Okay, I got to know about Turkey Stearns.
That's a great name. That's Reese's baseball name.
There you go. Norman Thomas Turkey Stearns was an American baseball outfielder in the Negro Leagues. He was elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame in 2000. You got to give me more than that. Come on. Oh, here we go. Born in Nashville. He batted left, threw left. Born in Nashville, died in Detroit in 79. He was born in 1901, died in 79. He played between 1920 and 1940.
Okay, 20 years.
Yeah, he played for the Nashville Giants, the Montgomery Gray Sox, the Detroit Stars, the New York Lincoln Giants,
right over his head,
the Kansas City Monarchs, the Chicago American Giants, the Philadelphia Stars, and the Detroit Stars.
That's a lot of stars.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, Turkey Stearns. Ed Delahanty. He's another guy that was played during the days of Moses. Born in 1867, died in 1903.
1867, right at the end of the Civil War. A few years after, but close enough.
He played from 1888 to 1903. Batting an average of 346. 101 home runs in his lifetime. 455 stolen bases.
You know who was amazing when it comes to stealing bases? Ricky Henderson.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I've never seen anybody that could get a jump. And it was, again, I was never an Oakland A's fan. I was always a Giants fan. But I went to a lot of games because it was relatively cheap. And I lived in the East Bay, and I could take Bart, or my buddy was a big A's fan. So we went to a lot of games. And if you didn't want to walk that guy. Also, look at who has the most leadoff home runs. I think it's Ricky Henderson, because you had to pitch to him.
Yeah, you had to.
If he got on first, there was a good chance before the next batter was done, he'd be on third, because he could steal second, he could steal third. But who has the most leadoff home runs in Major League Baseball? I would not be surprised if it's Ricky Henderson. People don't think of him as a home run hitter, but I think he did.
Runs in a career.
Leadoff home runs.
Yeah. Ricky Henderson, 81.
Yeah.
Alfonso Soriano, Craig Biggio, George Springer, Ian Kinsler, Curtis Ganderson, Jimmy Rollins, and
Can you tell
Brady
me the
Henderson.
guy, and this happened, he had the highest batting average in a season by far, but did not win a batting title? And how do you do that
Highest batting average in a season?
and not win a batting title? He had plenty of at-bats for the whole season, but he didn't win a title.
Let's take a look here. Well,
Well, you're looking it up. I'll tell you.
Go ahead.
Willie McGee.
Willie McGee, huh?
He was playing in the American League, was leading the league with batting average, got traded to the Giants, continued to have a hot batting average. At the end of the season, he had the highest aggregate batting average from both leagues, but did not have enough at-bats in either league to win the American or the National League batting title. But he was by far the best hitter that year, batting average-wise in the league. Because he got traded at the All-Star break, which was in the middle of the season.
Yeah.
Probably 10 years ago, there was a situation where a pitcher got credited for a major league win and he never threw a pitch. How does that happen?
I don't know.
So he came in as a relief pitcher. The game was tied. 2 outs, runner at first. He goes set, throws to first, picks the guy off, 3rd out of the inning, hasn't thrown a pitch. Goes into the dugout. His team takes the lead. He gets relieved. Never thrown a pitch, but he's the pitcher of record when his team took the lead, which they held and won the game. So he comes in, all he does is pick a guy.
So he gets the save.
He gets the win.
Oh, that right win. Okay.
Because they weren't winning when he came in. They were either losing or tied. And that half inning before he was substituted, his team took the lead, which they never relinquished. So at the time, he was the pitcher of record for the win, but he had never thrown a pitch.
Hey, take care, Gordon. See you, buddy.
I used to know all sorts of interesting baseball trivia. What are the 7 different ways you can reach first base without getting a hit?
Well, you can walk.
1.
You can get hit.
2.
Does a balk count different than a walk?
You don't go to first on a balk.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
Not that I know of. So you got 2.
You say fuck it and just walk there?
Okay. So what do you have? You have a walk. What was the other one? And a hit by pitch.
Yeah.
Okay. Catcher's interference.
All right.
Pass ball on 3rd strike.
A what ball?
They throw a strike. The catcher misses it. It's pass ball. You can run to first.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so that's 4. An error.
Okay.
Fielder's choice. Guy on first. They get the guy out at second. You still get to first.
But you
You reach first without getting a hit. You're not credited with a hit on a fielder's choice. You didn't get out.
Okay, so it's a hit.
It's not a hit.
How are you not giving the hit?
It's not a hit.
The catcher or the fielder doesn't catch the ball. It's not a foul
Runner
ball.
at first, you hit a ball to the shortstop. He forces the guy out at second. You're safe at first. That's a fielder's choice. It does not count as a hit. So when you're figuring batting average, that's called a fielder's choice. It's not a hit.
That's horse shit.
No. Because the other guy got out, not you, but you caused the out.
It doesn't matter.
You hit into an out. You didn't get a hit. Just because you're not out, that was the fielder's choice. No, that was
that happens all the time then.
Yeah.
So that happens all the time.
But that's why that doesn't count in your batting average.
Huh.
If you get up and hit 3 fielder's choices in a game and you're on first, you didn't go 3 for 3. You went 0 for 3.
That's some fucked up shit there.
No, because the fielder could have thrown you out, but he chose to take the easier out.
Not necessarily. I mean,
Hey,
I'm saying
you're going to get into a case-by-case basis. That it's called a fielder's choice because the fielder could have thrown you out, but he chose to go another direction.
He went for the easier out.
Right. But the throwing to first base happens so often that's an easy out anyway. So, but again,
you might have been able to beat out the pitch or beat out the throw.
So
Reese,
what I'm saying, wait. Reese has
a pinch runner,
which is the trick part. But yes, I never said you had to be a batter. I said just reach first without getting a hit.
Right.
And the 7th way is pinch runner. Most people don't get that. So way to go, Reese.
So now I understand. So so I'm the batter.
Yeah.
I swing. I hit the ball. It goes to mid center field. They don't catch it on the fly. They don't get the ball back into the infield in time. I make it to first base, but for whatever reason, I come up lame with a hamstring. I get to hit, but then they put a pinch runner on first base to run the rest of the bases for me later, right? Is that how that works?
That's one way.
Okay. Or in your scenario, neither get the hit. The baseball or the batter.
You mean a fielder's choice?
Yeah, a fielder. So you can have a fielder's choice and a pinch runner.
I didn't say you got a hit. No, the question it's not if you got a hit.
What I'm saying
first base.
What I'm saying, yeah, you said reaching first base without a hit.
Without a hit.
So in the scenario with a fielder's choice, I hit the ball. The shortstop gets it over to the second base. That's the out. The second baseman doesn't get to the first base in time. I make it to base. I don't get the hit, but for whatever reason, I can't run. So we bring another runner on. So now I've got 2 players that didn't hit reaching first base.
Yes.
Fucking baseball. Oh, man.
Yeah, but those are the 7 ways to reach first base without getting a hit.
I find it interesting.
A lot of people don't get catcher's interference. That's the one that most people, well, other than pinch runner, because that's kind of a tricky one. But
right.
I don't think you can steal first.
No.
Who was the first Boston Red Sox to steal home plate?
I have no idea.
Babe Ruth.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, see, a lot of people don't remember or realize that.
Like we were alive.
Yeah, they don't realize that Babe Ruth started as a Red Sox player.
Yeah, I think he was a pitcher as well.
Oh, he was everything.
Yeah. But there, now you got a couple of good baseball trivia questions. Now you know the 7 ways to reach first base without getting hit. That may, dude, you might use
I
that.
reached first place a lot without getting hit.
Well, that's because your handsome, debonair, smooth talking tongue.
Oh shit! I was far from that growing up, man.
Yeah.
What I find interesting is the weird, and you don't seem to have this with any other sport, but just the weird statistics people will come up with in
They
baseball.
try to do it in other sports, but baseball is the king of
It's
statistics.
and this guy's batting average is 297 when he's facing a left-handed pitcher on the 3rd of May when it's raining more than 14 inches in the last 27. Like, what? How do you know this?
Because they keep records.
I get keeping records, but just the inanimate,
I know.
It's nuts.
It totally is.
It goes back, I think, to people at home listening to baseball games on the radio and keeping track of it themselves.
Well, keep in mind that you learn how to score a baseball game, right? In a book.
Right.
And so
that's what I'm saying.
People go to watch games, and one of their pastimes is they'll score the game while they're watching the game. And so when you go back and people take all this data, you can find out. It's such an accurate way of keeping score.
Right.
And the game plays slow enough that you can do that.
Right. That's what Reese said. There's nothing else to do waiting for the next pitch.
Yeah. Good point.
But like I said, I think that is why it's like that, is because in the 40s and 50s, every you had these people growing up listening to the games every day on the radio, and they would score the game at home just to feel like they were part of the action.
I used to always have the game on when I was a kid. If I was out doing things, and I have my radio, my little transistor with me.
Yeah, and see, I think a big reason why I'm not a baseball fan is I didn't have Major League Baseball growing up. From the time I was born to the time I was 13, I lived in San Antonio. We didn't have Major League Baseball. We had the Astros and we had the Rangers, but they weren't home teams. They weren't in San Antonio. Yeah, you could listen to them to the radio, but there was no local drive. They're not the home team. Like I got a buddy who lived in Houston now, or grew up in Southern Illinois, now lives in Chicago. He is all about baseball, and White Sox are his team, do or die, right? But I think it was because the other thing is Texas is not a baseball state in any way, shape, or form. Baseball is definitely second place when it comes to sports in Texas, because football is king in Texas.
Yeah.
So I think that's the other thing. So people in St. Louis, people in New York and Boston and Los Angeles and San Francisco, especially like in Los Angeles or San Francisco, where you've got two teams, or Chicago, where you've got two teams, or New York, where you've got two teams. You always have baseball in the
forefront. Well, LA didn't have two teams. They only had one, the Dodgers. But
you're not going to give me the technicality that the baseball team in Anaheim is not in Los Angeles. No. They are in the Los Angeles metro area. They are a Los Angeles team. Are you going to tell me that Oakland isn't a San Francisco team?
It's not. It's a
It's in the
Bay
metro
Area
area.
team, but they're both in the Bay
Right.
Area.
Right. So when you talk about Los Angeles, do you talk about Los Angeles proper?
Here's where this comes from. Partly, you could be in Candlestick and almost see the Coliseum.
Right. Yeah.
It's a missile launcher away.
Yeah. It's a long one wood.
Yes.
Real long wood, but
But LA, where the Dodgers play, interesting fact that what's it called? Chavez Ravine or something like that.
Chavez.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has its own zip code. The frickin' Dodger Stadium has its own zip code in the state of California. I don't know of any other ballpark that has its own zip code.
I don't know.
But they're so far, they're relatively it's an hour plus drive. An hour. With traffic, they're in the same kind of area, but they're really not.
So the point I'm making is that when you talk about Los Angeles, you talk about the metro area.
Okay.
So Anaheim is a Los Angeles. They are in the Los Angeles market. They're in the Los Angeles market.
Okay. I'll
yeah. Because
I'll give it to you, but okay.
Yeah, and I agree. Anaheim is Anaheim. Los Angeles is Los Angeles. They are different. I'll give you that. But if you talk to just anybody off the street, how many teams are in Los Angeles? Oh, you got the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Anaheim Angels, or whatever they're called these days.
Well, they're called the Anaheim Angels of Los Angeles. There's something like that.
See?
It's so contrived.
Oh,
They wanted to shoehorn them into the LA market.
Right.
Anyway.
But it's for baseball people.
Uh-huh.
There is only one Los Angeles team, and it's the Dodgers.
Yeah.
I absolutely understand that.
It's the way the Bay Area is with the Giants.
Oh, yeah.
Even though for years the A's, especially in the 70s, won World Series and beat us in the 89 World Series, which I went to Game 3. I was there when the earthquake happened. Last row upper deck.
I remember that.
But the Bay Area, it's like with the Oakland Raiders. They're Niner fans more so than Raider fans. Now, and it's not to say that Raiders don't have a strong following there, but it's basically a Giants Niner town more so than an A's Raiders town.
San Francisco, yes.
Bay Area.
Oh, so
the Bay Area.
Oakland is Oakland.
I grew up
supporting teams, Oakland. Right? But you are if you're an Oakland A's fan, you more likely live in Oakland
or the East Bay.
Yeah, or East Bay. But if you're a
Giants fan, you live all over
San Francisco,
East Bay,
San Jose.
San Jose Giants are the single A club. The rookie team plays in San Jose.
Right. That's interesting. See,
they did that on purpose. They bought that franchise and they put them in because the Giants wanted to control that market. So the San Jose A's, which are literally right down the street from the Major League Ball Club. So when Buster Posey was playing A-ball, people would go to San Jose and pack the stadium to watch this phenom who obviously turned into is going to be a Hall of Famer.
So the current name for the Angels.
Okay. Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim?
No.
Oh,
The Los Angeles Angels.
oh, they drop the of Anaheim or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So they started off. They were known as the California Angels from 65 to 96.
And Nolan Ryan pitched for them
Yes, they did.
as a rookie, I believe.
No, rookie, he was a Met.
That's right. He was a Met.
In 69, he was a Met and got the World
Yeah,
Series.
that's right. He was a Met. Then he went to there, and then he went to Texas, I believe. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, he went Mets, Angels, Houston,
Yeah.
Texas.
Yeah.
Then they were the Anaheim Angels from 97 to 04. Then they became known as the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim.
Yeah, earlier I said they were the Anaheim Angels of Los Angeles. I had it backwards.
Yeah. From 97 to 04, Los Angeles was added back to the name in 2005, but because of the lease agreement with Anaheim that required the city to also be in the name, the franchise was known as the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim until 2015. And from 15 to now, they are known as the Los Angeles Angels.
Okay.
But
your point was that there are two teams in these areas, and you grew up where there were no teams.
Right. Exactly.
I derailed you. Sorry.
That's I am squirrel. But yeah, football. Oh man, the TV, the movie, and then ultimately the TV show Friday Night Lights is not too far off the beaten path there.
You know what school that is? The greatest high school football team ever, right?
Yeah, Permian. It's absolutely
De La Salle, right down the street from our office.
Nope.
151 game winning streak, the longest in high school football history. De La Salle.
It was written,
and they brought in Texas teams every year and kicked their ass and sent them home.
The writer of the book, Friday Night Lights, specifically wrote it about.
That might be, but that's not the greatest high school football team.
I see what you're saying. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying that it was about the greatest high school team.
Oh, no.
No, I'm not going to argue that De La Salle, because De La Salle, 151 games.
And before that, before they had started that streak, they had a pretty decent streak of a number of years. And to give you an idea, 151 games, when you play 11 or 12 games a year, that's like 13 years or something like that without losing a game.
Yeah.
And some of these games weren't even close. But I used to, and they have the most nondescript stadium. I used to drive by it every day going to work, and it's just this looks like any old normal. Now it's a Catholic school, and it's an all-boys school, and they do recruit, even though you're not supposed to recruit. It's kind of the thing. But what's interesting is a lot of the blue chippers in high school come out of the Southern California schools. But every year, De La Salle would just kick everybody's ass. Like, oh, you're the tough team. You're from Texas. Oh, welcome to California. And now go home. Oh, you've won how many times? No.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. And they had I may get this wrong, but I don't think there's any single digit numbers on the team because they teach teamwork. And every number has to have a teammate. So everybody had double digit numbers, but it was a machine, and they would and it's one of the few schools that I know of where they were in the middle of that 151 game winning streak, because I lived there when that was going on. And the starting quarterback did not keep his grades up, and he didn't play. They didn't care that they were on the winning streak. They cared more about school, and he didn't play. And everybody was like, oh my God, now they're going to lose the streak. Man, they didn't lose the streak because no one player made that team.
Right.
They were amazing. And they're still pretty decent. I don't know what in the last few years, I don't really follow high school football anymore, but they won the state championship multiple times.
So from 1992 to 2004.
12 years. Okay.
Yeah. 151 game winning streak. The streak ended when they were defeated on September 4th, 2004 by Bellevue High School from Washington.
Yeah.
They finished the 2007 football season 13-0 and state champions. In 2009, they defeated Crenshaw, whoever that is,
Southern Cal,
to win the state title. 2010 defeated Servite, ranked number 7 in the nation, 48-8 to win the state title game for a second straight year.
48-8.
Yeah.
Yeah. They are a machine.
During the winning streak, De La Salle was named national champion in 7 different years. In 1994 by ESPN, and then USA Today 98, 2000, 01, 02, 03, and once by the National Sports News Service in 99.
For what they accomplished, and it's going to sound strange, they never got the full respect that they deserved.
Right.
Because they would be, oh, well, you didn't play this team back in Ohio, and they're, yeah. So that's why they weren't national champs every year, even though they were dominant.
Yeah.
Consistently dominant. But, it's a dog show. College football is a dog show when it comes to rankings.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But yeah, I was driving home, and I shouldn't say driving home. I was driving from Kansas City to my mom's hometown, which is in northwest Texas. It's not technically in the Panhandle because it is south of Red River, but it's the high plains of Texas, and just about 50 miles northeast of Lubbock.
Mm-hmm.
So it's close enough to the Panhandle to be called the Panhandle, although technically it's not. Anyway. Right. So we're driving through, and it's a Friday night, and we drive through this little town called Matador. Matador? Yeah, it was Matador, and it was about 7:30. It was a mid-October, so it was starting to get dark.
Mm-hmm.
But there was literally nobody on the streets. The corner gas station was closed. The Dairy Queen.
Oh, dude,
was closed.
I don't think there's an argument from anybody who knows anything about high school football that Texas is king when it comes to football.
And my buddy was like, it's 7:30 on a Friday night. Why isn't the Dairy Queen open? What if we have to get gas? I said, if we had to get gas, we're probably waiting until about 11 o'clock. Because the game, it's a home game. What do you mean it's a home game? Tim, there was not corn in Texas. We don't grow corn in Texas.
It was quite a record.
Cotton? Yeah. Anyway, it's a whole, how do you know it's a home game? You see that glow over there?
Mm-hmm.
That's the stadium. What do you mean stadium? It's a high school game. There's that football field is going to hold 5,000 to 6,000 people.
So here's what's amazing is De La Salle's doesn't. It holds a couple hundred. It's not a stadium. When I was in high school, I went to West Jefferson High School in New Orleans. All boys high school. They had a stadium. Now, football's big in the South. Maybe not in Louisiana as big as it is in Texas, and maybe that's
it's big in Louisiana also.
I know. That's why I said maybe fighting words. But you go by De La Salle's, even in the middle of the streak, it was so nondescript. You wouldn't have known that was where they played, because you drive by and you look, and that was before they put up additional stands.
Right.
and they probably fit 200 if you went to a home game.
Yeah. So a couple of things. Um, and we drove by there, and it was all lit up, and you
Oh
could
yeah.
hear the roar of the crowd as we drove by because we were in a convertible. Um, it's like that's crazy. So now that Dairy Queen and that corner gas station are gonna be lit if they
Oh
and
yeah.
they did, and they did. But yeah, he was completely like it's nothing like this
Well,
in Missouri.
when you have a small community that's part of the community for generations, right? And
Yeah,
you played, and your father played, and your grandfather played, and most likely your great grandfather played at the
yeah.
same high
Oh yeah,
school.
oh
You
yeah, absolutely.
understand why.
Yeah. Um, the most expensive high school stadium ever built is in Allen, Texas, in the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
I can't believe it.
$65 million
That's just.
for a high school stadium. Um,
I have no
it's
comment.
it,
Hey,
it's
wardrobe.
it is nuts. Hey Todd, um, Allen Eagles
That is crazy.
Stadium. Yeah, it holds the record attendance 21,766.
There are NFL teams that don't draw that.
Right?
Looking at you, Buffalo. Now
Right.
they probably do.
Oh yeah, they do now.
Yeah, I mean, now it's almost a given, but
Yeah,
back in the 70s, it wasn't.
yeah.
It's not a fair
So,
comparison, but still.
but yeah, what is the population of Allen, Texas?
Yeah, basketball's big too in some of these places.
Now
There's
Allen,
proper
Texas
boys
is
to not play basketball. Wow.
a good size town. It's got 104,000 in it.
With a stadium that holds 20.
In a stadium that seats 21,000. Yeah. So you can fit 1/5. Now there is a town. They just built a new stadium. Their high school. Come on, what are you doing?
Oh, she's fired up. With all this rain, they haven't been able to just take them out for a little bit, so she's going
Yeah.
you're crazy.
So there's a town just outside of Houston called Weller, Texas. Its population is 2,682.
Okay.
They built a stadium that holds 10,000. And it is sold out every single week.
Well, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but when you don't really have a lot of other activities,
Oh yeah, exactly.
it's entertainment.
Exactly.
It's and the worst part about that is just the politics, I'm sure, that goes on, and the way the kids are probably to some degree used, right? But I don't know how you avoid any of that stuff. I mean,
Yeah, well, it is a poor farming community, and so,
but that's big business,
but
relatively
just
speaking.
just like it's just like you know inner city kids. What is their way to get out of the inner city? What's the easiest way for them to pull themselves out of that? That's be good at sports, be good
Yeah,
at basketball.
that's one way.
Um, uh,
But keep in
same thing.
mind that's such a small number, even in the grand scheme of things.
Oh, absolutely. No, but that in their mind, that's that gives me the chance. And now with just about every state having a pass no play, what it does is gets them to do well in high school, and even if it's just good enough, they're doing more than what maybe
Yeah,
their
I
friends
don't.
are.
See,
Uh,
I'm
but it gives them
skeptical. I
the
think those types of things are more about looks than actual application. I don't think kids are held back or influenced by stuff like
no,
that. There's too
but
much
what I'm
money
but,
involved.
but what I'm saying is though they are what's what I'm looking for. They are encouraged more to do better in school.
Yeah, see, that doesn't work in college.
No. I'm not saying
But
college.
I
I'm
played
not
a
saying
little
college.
college football,
I'm saying in
and
high school.
no, I
High
think it's
school.
just as bad and it's easier to manipulate in high school than it is in college. I played at a junior college, one of the larger ones in California, and I was decent, but I wasn't great. Um, and you had to carry 12 units. I had 8 units, 4 units for offensive theory and 4 units for defensive theory. That 8 of my 12 units right
Yeah.
there. Boom. That was at a junior college.
Oh
I
yeah.
didn't play
No.
offense. I was a linebacker. I got 4 credits for offensive theory.
Yeah. Well,
And
you
I
got to
was a
know.
horrible student. I was on the dean's kick you out of school list because I carried a D plus average. No one cared. And I was a nobody. I just happened to play ball a little bit. But my point being is that's for looks. That's all makeup.
All I can say, and with the experience I've had with working with schools in Texas, because I used to work for a software company that specifically was made software to track students' information,
Mm-hmm.
is that in a lot of cases, the they took it very seriously. If the student wasn't passing, then they weren't going to play. And even in the big time, the Permian basins, the Allen Eagles, the South Lake Carrollton. If a student wasn't legitimately passing, they would not play them because that information is reported to the state. And if the state found out that
Again, I think that
students were getting an easy pass,
I'm sure they do.
the UIL would come in and say, all of those wins you had, they're vacated. It's happened.
Again, I'm cynical. Okay, so just keep that in mind. But
I know
there's just so much money involved, and
it's
so easy to pass somebody without them actually learning anything. And again, like I said, when De La Salle had that streak, that's a Catholic school, and they just downplayed that because that wasn't their priorities. And that kid didn't play, and they didn't have any tracking. They didn't have the state looking down their throat. They just did it of their own volition because that was their policy.
Right, because they had what's the word?
They had standards that they upheld, and that was one of them.
Well, but they
had to answer to God.
There's a word. It's right there.
Facial hair?
No. Integrity. They had integrity.
I wasn't going to judge. I'm just saying they have their standards, and they stuck to them. And so I think, and my point is, I think a lot of that is much more cosmetic than actual application. I'm sure there are people out there that try really hard. I'm sure there are students that try hard that want to succeed and play by the rules. And there are those who don't. And that's the way life is sometimes, right? So,
yeah. But yeah, so it's, but for them and especially in those small towns.
Oh, it's huge. Like I said, I don't think you can argue that Texas is probably the king of high school football.
I mean, to the point where, like Tim had said it earlier, everybody is involved. even in San Antonio,
Yeah.
I went to a high school that had 3,000 3,500 kids in it, right? And we had a football team. The football team, the varsity team had something like 75 or 80 kids on it. You know, the
That's a lot
it is a lot.
for high
Uh,
school. That's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah. The marching band, we had
Oh, marching
about
bands are huge.
250.
Yeah.
Um,
That's almost as popular as football.
we had cheerleaders. We had like 24 cheerleaders. We had a pom squad with like 48. We had a dance team.
There's a whole ecosystem built around it.
We
It's
we had
crazy.
we had ROTC. I was in the ROTC.
I was
We
in
went to
junior
home game.
ROTC.
Well, yeah, junior ROTC,
Okay.
JROTC, because ROTC is specifically college level.
Right.
JROTC is high school.
Yeah.
Anyway, you had the ROTC.
I was on the drill team.
We
I could march. I could do a whole bit. I still understand.
we had 50. We had 50 in ROTC go to every game, but it was you had when we so our stadium that we played it in was a district stadium, so we didn't have a home field. We all the high schools shared that. See you, buddy.
Thanks for stopping by, boss.
Absolutely. Take care of them turkeys. So we had 5-6 high schools that shared a single stadium as the home stadium. So it was about
that makes sense.
Yeah, it was about a 20-25 minute drive from the high school. So everything, it always felt like an away game because we had to ride a bus to get to the game, right? Because you weren't part of this. You weren't part of. You couldn't just show up to the game if you were in ROTC or on the football team or etc. Right? You had to ride to the bus there.
Oh yeah. Oh, dude, I enjoyed my days playing.
We had 12 buses every week filled with people that were.
Oh, it was a big deal if we had two.
Yeah, and then if it was a long distance game because we would play 10 games a year, regular season. 5 of them were against the district teams, and then we had 5 games that were non-district.
Yeah.
So we would play, 3 home games against district, 2 away games, but they were all at the same stadium. It's just
different
which side
rooms?
we were on. Yeah, different locker rooms. It depends on which side we were on.
Okay.
Home games, we were on this side, facing facing east. And if we were the away team, the visitors, we were facing west. So if you're visitors, the sun was in your eyes.
Okay.
It was crazy. Anyway, and then we had 5. Then we would have like 2 more home games. The year that we would have 3 home games in district, we'd have 2 home games in district. So we would have 7 games at that one stadium. And then we'd have 3 away games. And sometimes those away games were an hour and a half, 2-hour drive.
Okay.
And what they would then do is, okay, if you're a student that wanted to go to the game, you could get a bus pass for free to get on one of the buses and go to the game to support the team, right? And on those, we would have 15, 16 buses. We would add an additional 4 or 5 buses to the already. And this was every school that was like this.
Yeah, no, it's crazy.
So I mean, we were spending just gobs of money. The district's spending gobs of money just for bus transportation for football.
Yeah, I bet the bus driver union loved it.
Oh, fuck yeah!
Okay,
You
move
know,
it, little girl. Keep moving.
Friday nights, uh, Friday or Saturday nights, you would have, you would easily have 90 to 100 buses running.
Now the NFL does not play Friday nights, right?
No.
They play Thursday,
Mhm.
but I think,
They
I
play
think one of the
Thursdays,
reasons they don't play Friday nights is because of places
high
like
school football.
Texas and high
Yeah.
school football. Because when I
Yeah.
was growing up, I don't even think NFL played on Saturdays. I think it was high school Friday, college Saturday, pros Sunday. I
The
think
only
that was
time,
your basic 3-day
yeah,
weekend when it came to football.
the only time the NFL played and still plays on Saturday is when the college regular season ends.
Okay.
The only time.
I don't
So
remember how it was when I was younger.
yeah,
That may have been the way it was, but I can
it's
just remember it was
December.
always Friday was high school, Saturday is college,
Mhm. Yep.
Sunday was the pro.
And Monday night, and then you had Monday Night Football with Howard Cosell.
Yeah. And I used to watch a lot. See, the sport of football, American football, I love. I just can't
Mhm.
watch the league. It's too political.
High school football is the best football. If you're going to
It's not the
watch
best
football,
football, it's the best entertainment,
yeah,
in my opinion. There's so
It'd
much
be-
that goes on. College football can be, but it's too business. Pro
so
football obviously is very business, but
small school college football is amazing. I love small school college
well, I went
football.
to a junior college and we had fun. I mean,
Yeah, um, and also small school college football has ripped my heart out and danced on it. I went to Texas A&I, which is now Texas A&M Kingsville. Um, that's a whole nother story there.
yeah, I was gonna say that say that for another night.
But we were undefeated, ranked number one in the nation in Division II that year. This was '89. Had the three-time Harmon Hill Award player. A Harmon Hill Award is Division II Heisman.
Okay.
He won it 3 years in a row.
Okay.
He was that good. Um,
Now, why didn't he go Division One? But okay.
he he was small. He was like
It was Chris
5'8".
Hamburger.
He was 5'8". He went
Chris
to the
Hamburger.
NFL. He went to the NFL. Played for the Bears.
There you go.
Anyway, but undefeated, never been beaten. Hadn't been beaten at home in like 4 years. First game of the playoffs, it rains. First time it had rained on a game in 5 years.
Oh, so none of these kids knew how to play in the rain.
We lost to the number 16 team in the nation and were knocked out of the playoffs.
Yeah.
Ripped the soul right out of me. And it was like that prepared, and I already had that with the Chiefs from the 80s, and then so it prepared me for the 90s the Chiefs of the 90s and early 2000s.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was
What kind of soured me on really getting my heart into following professional sports? No, that got me out of college football.
okay. Understandably so. Don't get me wrong. I totally understand.
How can I put it? Growing up, Pac-10, Big Ten,
Yeah.
the Rose Bowl was it. And if you
Yeah.
played football on the West Coast, that was your
That was your goal. That was your goal.
it. If you could play in the Rose Bowl and you had
There was a good chance that you were also going to be, if you played in the Rose Bowl, there was also a good chance that you were going to be the national champion.
Well, no, because again, before they mixed all the bowls together,
Right.
Because that's Big Ten, Pac-10.
But
Had
what I'm
nothing to do
saying
with all
is,
those Oklahoma and Texas
right,
teams
right,
and
right, right,
Georgian teams,
right.
SEC.
But the point I was making on that was you had
You
done
were
so
good.
well that when the votes came in, because back then it was all about the votes,
Yeah.
and you showed out really well in the Rose Bowl because the laser focus of the football world is on the Rose Bowl
Well,
on New Year's Day.
again, arguably the Rose Bowl was the premier
Yeah,
bowl.
exactly.
But
Absolutely.
but I grew up and I'd watch the Cotton Bowl,
Oh yeah.
the Orange Bowl, the
Mhm.
Sugar Bowl,
Yep.
and the Rose Bowl. Those are
Yep.
the four I can
The
remember.
Big
Now there
Four.
might have
Those-
that was it, right? Weren't those the big four?
I mean, you had others, but they were
Right.
insignificant.
But those were the big four. There's no
Yeah.
Fiesta Bowl. There's no Tortitas Bowl. There's no
Right.
bowl of beans, a chili,
Right.
whatever.
Exactly.
None of
Exactly.
that.
You had
Cotton,
orange.
sugar, rose.
Yep. Those were the big four
and they would be played basically
on New Year's Day.
Yeah, you'd wake
That
up,
was
you'd
it.
watch them all, and I think the Rose Bowl was the last one to play, if I
Right.
remember correctly.
You had the Cotton Bowl, Sugar Bowl,
Orange Bowl.
the Orange Bowl, and then the Rose Bowl was the last one because the Orange Bowl was
Didn't it go east
always
to west, right? Wasn't it Orange Bowl?
no.
No?
You started in Texas.
Okay. And that's
You
the
started-
Cotton Bowl, right?
That's the Cotton Bowl in Dallas.
Okay.
Then you went to the Sugar Bowl. Then you went to the Orange Bowl because the Orange Bowl was always a night game.
And that was in Florida.
That's
Right?
in Miami.
Miami.
In Miami.
Where
And
was the
then you
Sugar
went-
Bowl? Was that
That's New Orleans.
that was New Orleans? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You had the Cotton Bowl in Dallas in the Cotton Bowl. That's the name of the stadium,
Right.
the Cotton Bowl. You had the Sugar Bowl in it's now the Mercedes, the Superdome in New Orleans.
I've been in that back when the Jazz used to play basketball
Yeah.
there.
Then you
So I
had
can't
that was a
remember.
long ass time ago.
I know.
Then you had the Orange Bowl in the Orange Bowl in Miami,
I
and
know
then you had the
Chip
Rose
Chili
Bowl. and then you had the Rose Bowl in the Rose Bowl in Pasadena.
Yeah.
In the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, and so the if I remember correctly, Rose Bowl was always Pac-10, Big Ten, always.
Oh, Rose Bowl is always Pac-10, Big Ten.
Yeah. Always Pac-10, Big Ten. The Sugar Bowl was SEC. Who was? I know. Well, it was the SEC versus whoever they decided to bring in. The
Well,
Orange
you
Bowl
always
was,
had Notre Dame as in like the independent, right?
right. Yeah. So
But
they
they never played in the Rose Bowl,
no, because they weren't Pac-10
right?
or Big Ten.
Yeah, they were independent.
Yeah. So right. So that was the only one that was set as to what conferences played.
Yeah,
The Orange Bowl was Big 8 versus whoever they decided to pull in. Normally it was like an ACC team.
okay.
The Sugar Bowl was always an SEC game, SEC versus somebody,
Yeah.
and then you had the Orange Bowl versus was a Southwest Conference versus whomever.
Right. Okay.
Um,
Well, so going to the Texas thing. Now, I was a Wolverine fan because I lived in Mount Clemens for a while as a kid. And then moving into the Bay Area, I became a Cal fan.
Right.
And so that was always like the game. We didn't care what happened. And, you watch them, but it's like, who cares? It's Big Ten, Pac-10. It's the Rose Bowl. It's the bowl.
Right.
And Cal had a really good season. And I told you they were ahead of Texas in the ratings. They went out and trounced somebody, and the polls came out. Texas didn't play that weekend, and Texas jumped ahead of them and got the berth into the Rose Bowl. And then we played Texas Tech and got our ass handed to us, and everybody goes, "See, they didn't deserve it." And I'm like, "No,
they were completely demoralized.
These kids did not even want to be there because their dreams were snatched for money." And that's not Texas's fault. I mean, maybe they lobbied, who knows? But that's business. But that was what. Ever since that, I go. I can't support
Yeah.
NCAA football any longer. It's not what I want to watch. That sacrilege that you could have done your whole bowl thing and you could have done whatever without mixing it up and just tainting it. It's just always, and I know I'm old, but
this newest shift, I still long for the days of the Southwest Conference. Where you had the Texas teams plus Arkansas.
Okay, how about so here we are, two old guys bitching about how good life used to be while we're on the internet.
Right. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because life was better back then when we had nothing to do on a Friday night other than go to high school football games.
Right. No, but
and Dairy Queen.
But with Texas and Oklahoma going to the Southeast Conference.
Yeah, that stuff should have never been tampered with, in my opinion.
At this point in time, what they should do, because there is no. I mean, the only conference really that is anywhere close to what it used to be, and even then it's not, is the Big Ten.
That's the Big 12 now, isn't it? I
No,
know
Big Ten is
now the Pac-12.
Yeah, Big Ten and Big 12 are two different conferences.
Oh no! Now Michigan plays. I thought it's the Big 12, and they split them into two kind of conferences. You got to win one and win the other, but they're always one with Ohio.
No, that's the Big 10. It's still called the Big 10.
It's still the Big 10. Okay.
Yeah, the Big 12 happened when the Big 8 and the Southwest Conference merged.
Okay. Well, now it's the Pac-12, which
right.
I think they brought in the two Arizona teams, right? I think that's what made the Pac-12. They may have been original Pac-10. No, they may have been original Pac-10.
You got Colorado out there now.
Yeah, I think that's Colorado and Colorado State, maybe. But and that's fine.
But at this point in time, you should just say to hell with all of these conferences, and you create a 32 team.
I'll do you one better.
League, and you go.
You do what they do in English Premier League.
That's where I'm going. That's where I'm going.
And relegation. You have Division I, which is your top 20 teams in the country, the next 20 and the next 20. And then depending on if you finish in the bottom 3 or 4, you go down, you go up. And now you can't play everybody, obviously, but you can have a 10-game schedule and not have Texas playing Podunk University in their game 1. Every game should matter. Maybe game 1 of the season is Texas against Oklahoma. That's who you do week 1.
That's always going to be the 5th week, but that's beside the point.
Well, but you get my point.
You don't have Pansy State University on your.
And yes, occasionally they upset the big guys and it sells tickets, but I don't think it's what I want to see.
So where I'm going with
small four.
Where I'm going with that is exactly what you're talking about. You have promotion and relegation. Yeah. You've got, and you play every other team. Well, and how you do it is you have.
See, I put a lot of thought into this actually.
I like the top.
You go, let's say East-West.
Right.
And you play everybody in your side of the bracket. And at the end of the season, you're going to have 1 through 10. That might only be 9 games. Maybe you figure something else out. But it allows you now, you take top in the West against top in the East. There's your national championship game. They won it on the field. 2-2, 3-3, 4-4, 5-5. You can play all the top 10 teams. And then the bottom 2 on each side, so that's 4 teams, get dropped. And the top 4 in Division 2 come up the following year.
Exactly. Now,
I would love to see that.
Now, what you do is on odd number years, you play instead of East-East, West-West, all number 1 plays the top 9 West.
No, I wouldn't do that.
No?
because now it's what if you get relegated? Then you come. I think that just for
stay,
travel and everything. If
so
you
just
think
stay
about
east west.
yeah, east west, and then you got that coastal rivalry for the national championship. Best team, it's UCLA or USC against Texas for the national championship because they were both east west or whatever.
Yeah, I dig it.
It's just simple like that.
And you could still have your bowl games.
Oh yeah,
because at the end of the year, it's 1v1 is a bowl game.
Yeah,
2 versus 2 is a bowl game. 3 versus 3 is a bowl game. You're still getting 10 bowl games, and then all of the Division 2 teams can play their bowl game, can play in bowl games also, because you got 11 versus 11, 12 versus 12, etc.
Yeah, totally. But again, I think it would draw. I think you get a lot of fans. I think it would be entertaining to watch, and you wouldn't have to worry about rankings. But the rankings they want because they want to get their matchups and they want to hype. But I've always been a believer that you don't need to do that to create entertainment. I think the natural results on the field will do that.
Right. So we're talking about what you're talking about. Growing up, there was always 2 weekends in Texas football that meant more than any other weekend. That was the first Saturday in October against OU, and Thanksgiving against Texas A&M.
Yeah, Cal Stanford.
Yeah,
and now it's not even the last game of the season.
Who doesn't remember the Cal Stanford game where Stanford band was coming out
to play because
you know
who the quarterback was for Stanford in that game?
I don't remember.
John Elway.
There you go. Oh, fuck that dude.
And Cal had been leading, and Stanford goes all the way down and scores what looks to be the winning touchdown. And on the ensuing kickoff, they thought it was over.
Yeah.
And the band came on the field, and
he spikes a trombone player.
Well, boom! And those 2 guys, that trombone is now in a museum because it's all mangled. And it was funny because those 2 guys, as they got older, just rib each other all the time about it.
Yeah.
But
hold on one second, Hesse. We got no viewers. We're going to go ahead and close out.
Oh,
we're going to stay on and keep talking.
Yeah, I'd love to.
But I'm going to go ahead and close it out.
Okay.
Guys, for those that stayed, Tim, thank you for staying for so long, dude. You're a boss. Gordon, thanks for showing up. Wardrobe, thanks for being out there for a little bit.
4 hours Saturdays are turning into like the marathon.
Hey, getting this prepped. So again, guys, thanks for everything y'all watch, when y'all watch, how y'all watch. It's appreciated. And until next time, we'll see you on the flip side.